hello to everybody who's watching. And hello to my wonderful players who woke me up because I overslept. Because I'm smart.
We're just so thirsty for Lancer.
I mean, that's fair. Also, Q, thank you. I rebranded my stream. Say that was Thursday, Wednesday or Thursday. So yeah, my stream is all fancy looking now. All my social media is all fancy looking now too. But
Fancy.
yeah. So, oh, thank you for that glorious success reading. Oh god, this is gonna be real weird having to jump between windows because my device that I normally use to monitor chat can't monitor chat today. It resets every time I try to load Twitch on my tablet. Don't know why. Today's a weird day for it to do that. Um, today's just a weird day, I guess. This is an unexpected mini stream for us to try to wrap up this last combat. Get some stuff done. Yeah. Of course, things break. That's usually how that works, right? Here's some battle music that I think this is what I was using last week for battle music. To recap, everyone's real unhappy because this is the first time people are discovering a type of NPC called an Ultra. Um, they are relieved probably that the Ultra that they got is slightly less obnoxious than the Ultras that they could have been given, I suppose. That appreciation goes only so far in the fact that it hasn't murdered them and they still hate me. Um, but there's a small amount of appreciation there regardless.
Funny because it's true.
It really is. But also there's a nice little small upgrade graphically. See if I can get your guys' camera zoom for the viewers at home. Look, new turrets. These are our new generic turrets that we'll be using going forward. They're color-coded for our players. At least until Harker gets them, because Harker's mech is also purple and I'll have to find a new color scheme entirely for him, but you know, it's fine. So far, Harker doesn't use turrets, and I'm glad that Harker's player is not using them. But here's our fancy golden turrets, our purple turrets, and our red and blue-headed turrets, because no one told me what color they wanted, so I just wung it. And here we are.
Well, I mean, I'm really easy when it comes to colors.
Well,
so-
yeah, you told me purple, and now everything's just purple. That's just, yeah, that's fair.
I live in a world happy that way.
And I told you nothing and got exactly what I wanted anyway.
Yeah, it's like I know you people and your weird choices of things. That's scary. However, I believe we left off at the start of a new turn.
Actually, I'm like 99% surprised you didn't give me a pink turret just to make fun of me.
No. Because I'm not going to make fun of you for a reasonable accommodation, right? Like, I specifically asked what people wanted. I made a reasonable accommodation for that. That said, you are falling off your mech because last turn you got stunned. Actually, you should be stunned this turn. Wait.
I am. And I was stunned the entire last turn.
Yeah, so you stunned your turn.
Around,
yep.
So.
Hand fell off.
Yep. So that would put it your guys' turn. Your first activation. What do we got going?
Alrighty. Well,
I can get back on now, right? Like
you can get on.
can't do anything, right?
You would get your full activation, then someone else would get their activation. You wouldn't get yours again. So if you activate, you would spend your actually, is that a full turn or is that no? I believe that's a quick action.
It's a quick, yeah. It's a quick.
That's a quick action.
Like, let me remember.
It'd be helpful if I brought up the Lancer core book. I'm gonna probably be referencing that a couple times today.
What? No.
No. It's not like I have to memorize exactly what the 4 people's completely different mechs do and the abilities associated with them, and
No, that would be ridiculous.
yeah.
17 drones now.
Yeah, drones. I mean, yes, drones. Of
I don't
course.
remember Shuriken
Look,
sneaking up on me.
The fact he reacts that way to drones means we need to put more drones down.
Oh, I'm
I
getting
mean-
more drones next week.
Are you? Are you certain?
Yeah, I'm getting those weapon swaps.
He's like, no.
It's fine.
Okay, well, I will just do my turn, and automatically, I will just get on Castaway. That would be my turn.
Gonna pop your battery, get a CP, take an action,
Yeah.
pop on. You have one more quick action. What would you like to do with it?
Because like I feel like if we wait, then he's going to have no E defense if he gets attacked, and then I'm gonna have no defense if I get attacked, and that would just be bad. So.
Yes, we are in a symbiotic relationship at this point.
I mean, you say that, and all I can think of is Symbiotic Titan. So I mean, that's a whole other thing.
Yes, it is.
Highly underrated show, by the
Okay.
way.
So I can just do any quick action. Well then I guess I'm just gonna do a quick invade on Shuriken.
We're fully entitled to.
Like I have to pull up my sheet so I can actually do the roll. Let's see.
Yeah, Shuriken being what it is, that is perfectly fine.
Not a great roll, but it works.
Just doing the default 2 heat,
Yep.
impair, yada yada yada. What was I using for impaired?
Getting back in the groove of damaging Flash with physical damage and Shuriken with heat.
Using that with impair? I think we were using that for impair. If not, we're using that for impair. Oh well. The weird lightning bolt sweat thing is apparently impair. That's fine.
I think you're doing some weird mountain thing, but I don't.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either.
That was a whole other week ago, and my memory is real terrible.
Okay, well that's my turn.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. You think I remember things between sessions normally? That's cute.
Uh,
Alright, so we'll go with the disabled Flash. You've blown up both of his weapons.
Oh no. No, I'm really glad I got on his back.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fair.
Because he does the sweep.
Yeah. He has to activate and see if he recovers his ability. Oh, he does. Gets all of his ability back. I mean, luckily for you, not that concerned with you guys. Over there in your little hug pile. He's real mad at Charmer though. Harker's little invisible mech. You know, hard to imagine why that the invisible mech is upsetting this guy a little bit, but it certainly is. So that's gonna be just 3 automatic damage on the Harker. You do get a reaction as he flies by though.
Okay. says no accuracy, so we'll see. Oh, well, it didn't do accuracy.
So roll me. Hold on, is that? And you actually hit
No,
him.
it should. I don't think it gets accuracy. I don't think it counts as.
Okay. So that is it. So you miss.
Yeah.
All right.
And then I take 2 damage right after armor.
Yes, it does apply armor. Let's see. Then he's. And then he is going to boost. And that is your guys' turn.
Honestly, I'm probably just gonna stabilize. No.
I mean, that's certainly an option. Is that what you're going to do? Does anyone else want to take their turn?
Well, that's why
Well-
I said if someone else wants to go first.
Just gonna stabilize too.
Well, let's see. Stabilize. The shuriken's on the one, right?
Flash went. Shuriken's.
Oh, Flash one.
Shuriken and
Yeah,
Flash
but
can go next. As
Oh, right. Either of them can go. I would say it's more important for somebody to stabilize first.
Do you think you should stabilize first, Romy, since you're right next to Shuriken?
Shuriken standing right on top of me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and stabilize.
Plus, you have more structure damage than I do.
Yes.
Yeah,
It's
not,
almost like
not-
someone has been invisible this entire time and hard to hit.
that's weird.
So I guess that's it for me, right?
Okay, so you go. You stabilize. We're going to activate a Shuriken.
Oh no.
Okay.
What's with these guys being able to roll tonight? I don't approve.
They could last time too. They kept really, really high to get their stuff back.
Up until the tail end of the fight, at least.
Yeah.
Alright. So, a couple things are gonna happen. Alright, so. What is Romy's E defense?
12.
Okay, well, you take 3 heat and you are jammed. And, let's see.
Good thing you stabilized.
Shuriken is going to take a shot at you with the Stinger pistol.
He gets that range difficulty.
Which will just cancel out the weapon's native accuracy. Which misses you. Okay.
He's really bad with that pistol. Like,
I mean,
no one taught him how to shoot that thing.
it's not helping that there's the drone, because normally he would get the accuracy on top of it. Also,
Not arguing.
you probably don't want to be getting hit by the impairment pistol.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying he's bad with it. I'm not saying I want him to be good with it. I'm
Just glad he didn't aim for that target y'all painted on me.
You are such a whiner.
Yeah. Who's going next?
Oh, it's just me, right?
No, Castaway can go too.
Oh. okay.
Yeah.
That's totally up to you guys.
Yeah, for once we didn't get the same turn.
Can you Oh, because you. Oh. I was trying to see if you could overheat him, but it's not the two of you together. It's just Cassowary, right?
Yep.
Well, I still get her tech attack though. So
Yeah, well, he
I know,
can, but it would only be 2 points.
Right,
And
and
he-
if you put him up to 4, he still has another turn. He'll probably just get rid of it.
well, no, Shuriken doesn't have another turn yet, right?
They can go in whatever order that they want.
They each have like 2 activations, I think, because they got their abilities
Wait.
back. So
So who just? Oh, okay, right. They both have 2 activations. Yeah, that's fine. I'm gonna do. I'm gonna start with a tech attack against Shuriken, anyways.
Okay.
Would you mind rolling your
Nope.
advantage, please? Yeah, I think that works.
good enough for you?
I mean, that's a nat 17, so it should be good. Thank you. And yep, the regular old invasion. And then as my secondary action, I am going to. What can I do?
Well, you could shoot flash.
I can shoot both of them actually, with the missiles, because I can target 2 different ones.
Oh, right.
So
Got
I will go
Sharangas.
ahead. I do, just for this fight only, but might change that in the future.
Shirangas are a goodbye.
Yeah, they are. So,
Especially if you
I'll shoot
fight
regular-
hordes factions, which you guys seem to keep running into these guys a lot.
Yeah. Am I gonna have to use indirect arcing fire to hit Shuriken at this point because of where I am? 1 level down.
No.
Okay. So regular.
You can pick any square, technically.
Gotcha.
Fine here.
Okay, Shuriken first. Let me just make sure I don't have any difficulty or accuracy, which I
Nope.
don't.
Neither of them
Sure.
have dots on.
So
Because somebody knocked me off. So I didn't get to put my dots on.
Waka Waka. So Shuriken first. Okay, and then Flash. That should do it.
Oh, and then my turret is going to go off on him then.
Nope,
Yep.
because he's gonna activate his barrel roll, which
Oh.
cancels out the attack,
Jackass.
causes it to miss, and he gets to move X's.
Well, that's unfortunate.
I mean, he still has to roll to see if he gets it back, but that's a whole thing.
Okay.
Yeah. So that is your go.
My turn. Yeah, I think so. Because
Alright.
I don't feel like moving currently.
So the Flash is actually gonna go. He does get that back.
Derp.
What did he get back?
Barrel roll.
His ability to barrel roll
Of course he did.
be a pain in the ass.
Going to boost. And attack. Well, I mean, he could flap and punch somebody, but that's real dumb to do right now. He can't take a quick tech, so I think that's just that's just gonna be it for him.
Okie dokie.
Parker, what you doing?
Alright, guys. Should I try to forego stabilizing? Just to be able to hit him with a quick attack and tech attack, or try to get the tech attack?
I would say maybe just because you do have a whole structure above the rest of us, so you're not like. If you
Plus,
do
I'm
the
invincible, so hopefully that helps me out.
The voice of Al rushes over the intercom. We're gonna have to focus fire. These aren't your average mechs, which I said 6 hours ago. In-game.
I can't hear you. I'm jammed.
Oh, that's right. Darn it, I can't metagame.
Yep.
Quick, send one of the drones over to Brashkey with a message.
Some note.
A note pinned to the front of it.
Closer, hopefully, in a way they can't see me. Are they gonna start scurrying around?
No.
Alright.
Flash is really appreciating behind those crates right now, so.
I'll try to do a tech attack. Fingers crossed.
On the shuriken, that works.
Yay!
Hooray!
So how many reactor things does he have?
It's down to 3, but I have to roll for effects. Actually, he rolls twice and chooses. He's choosing the 6.
Yeah, I wonder why.
Yeah.
I roll a lot of 6s.
I mean, not when I'm playing. Apparently, only when I'm running.
To be fair, when I ran a plot and I was playing a bad guy, I had to keep coming up with reasons for why he wasn't rolling nat 20s every single damn time. And I don't know why, but like, I never roll nat 20s, and he was like, I want all the nat 20s. And I was just like, you can't have those.
Yeah, I don't normally roll quite that well when I actually play, because that's when I want to actually do something. I can't have nice things.
Exactly.
Because the dice hate everybody. Remember that, everyone at home. Dice hate you, and they want you to die.
Digital dice still hate you.
Yes, because they're still
We almost
channeling that inner dice spirit.
nice jail.
Yeah. You do have one more action. Quick action.
Oh,
It's
that's right. I can't see either of them, though, can I?
you could shoot the crates.
Well,
Wait, would that
worked out so well last time.
would that would that quick attack let that's an attack, right? So that one turret could fire on him.
Yes, Brushkey's turret
I
can
mean, like,
see
it's not like a
shuriken
major
right now.
deal to hit shuriken, but it's the end of the round
Yeah,
anyway.
sure.
So
Sure, that does
Hear me like
3
screaming
damage.
across the battlegrounds.
Actually,
Firing my turret.
no, you can't, because you're jammed, and it's your reaction.
My turret's reaction.
Yeah, but you have to activate it. You're spending your reaction to activate your turret.
Oh, is that how it works?
Yeah, yeah. Because the regular turrets react off of you, so you're giving them an order. I don't.
What about my AI? Is my AI jammed?
You can't take reactions while you're jammed. And which AI are you using? You're the regular GMS AI, are you?
No, I have some student level AI. I don't think it has anything to do with
That's
my jam.
the hacker level AI, or not the hacker, the talent one. No, the talent one doesn't give you anything. I believe it doesn't give you anything special. I think, right? It just gives
I
you
think
what
just
it
lets
does.
me re-roll
Yeah,
those. Yeah.
yeah. So it doesn't do any like special otherwise like control your mech type things. So yeah, no. You are currently unable to activate your turret drones because your computer systems are all acting up and you're screaming at them and smacking them like crazy Russian or something. I don't movie style TV Russian just like taking out a spanner and whacking your computer stuff starts working again.
Yeah, that's kind of how I do stuff.
I mean, I've heard you try to repair stuff. Yeah, it is.
You weren't there when I did your sync. You should have seen that.
I can't even imagine. Like
like the one time I was here when he was repairing stuff, he was like, "No, you're not supposed to be here because I want you guys just to come when something is fixed, not in the middle."
that's telling. Okay, so Shuriken's gonna activate, gonna clear the impairment that it got from the reactor stress and from
I'm
being hacked.
gonna boost as my other action.
Okay, so you're
Oh,
actually
yeah.
gonna boost. Okay.
I'm
Position.
just gonna
Run away.
move away from you guys because I realized I'm within 5 of you, and that's not a good thing. So I'm gonna move.
Like,
Run
wow,
away.
they can see me. That's not right.
This isn't to my advantage.
As Harker runs away off camera, and I have to readjust camera. There we go. There's Harker hiding up there in a little corner by himself. Shuriken's gonna activate, and
That is Harker's MO for most of these fights, actually. Swooping in, killing things, hiding again.
thanks for the look, Q.
Last time he was a one-man flanking army, though. He was trying to swoop around behind everybody.
Okay, so Shogun is activating.
Yep, because it's gonna clear his impairment, and you know what? He's just gonna full on barrage Brashki, and just this is gonna be a punch. Which
Oh.
deals 5 damage before armor, which I think you have, what, 1 armor?
1.
Okay.
Table.
Then it's gonna follow up with the pistol, which Guardian Drone, which I can't do anything about.
You can fire at the drone.
That misses you because you're 9, correct?
Yeah.
Alright, so Flash is gonna make him reroll that. Nope. Okay.
Nice try, Flash. Didn't work.
Yeah, you tried. Top of the turn. You guys go. Because that was the last activation for that combat.
Okay.
Okay, should Double Trouble go first, or does somebody else want to take a crack at it?
I can't really do anything except, I
Well,
can't talk to you, never mind.
I think you guys should go so you can try to overheat Shuriken.
Okay.
He's at 1 heat.
I just didn't know if you wanted to stabilize first in case they pulled something.
Well, I mean, we're gambling on that. He's up by the rock. He's fine.
Okay. Okay.
Alright.
Famous last words.
Okay, so, what's the order of operations then? I go, then you go?
Yep.
Okay. I'll do a tech attack on Shuriken,
Want me to roll that?
please. I think that works.
Yes, it does.
Okay, and then as my second fun thing, I'll,
Say that was a nat 20. Just saying.
That doesn't do anything right now, though.
I know, but it was just saying.
listen, we can bank that one for later.
Fortunately, you can't.
works,
It's
right?
got used.
Damn it.
This isn't Yahtzee.
God, can you imagine a role-playing game based off Yahtzee? Anyways.
That would be terrible, and no one would like it.
Well, you know, they made a movie based off Battleship, so whatever. And I'll do the missile thing as well, because I can't do 2 different tech attacks. So, am I going to have to use indirect on this one because Flash is behind crates?
Yes, you are.
Okay. So let me go into my sheet, and let me mark down that I've used some ammo. I should have 3 charges left now, because I have indirect on that one. And that's just the attack gains arcing and deals kinetic damage. So,
Fair
what
enough.
have you. I will focus on the Shuriken first. Oh well. And I'll do the next one on Flash. That should.
Flash is gonna take his reaction.
The barrel roll?
Yep.
Well, at least I made him spend that. So there's that, I guess.
Yeah, though if he goes next, he gets to roll to try to get it back.
Mm-hmm. He absolutely could
True.
do that.
This is true,
Okay.
but now it's your go.
Okay, well then I am going to try to invade Shuriken.
Okay.
Oh my god. Wait, well I don't, no, that's not a difficulty. I hit the wrong thing. There was no difficulty.
Oh, just
So-
remove the d6 that was rolled, I guess, then, yeah?
Well, no, because I would have an accuracy.
So that would be accurate
Okay.
instead, so that would be 10. Because you rolled a 2 and a 2. So instead of being minus 2, it would be 4. Plus 4, plus 2. It's... Yeah, so that works. So he's impaired, and that brings him to his heat cap exactly.
New studies available on Prolific.
So that drops him down to 2 reactor. So let's roll 2d6. Doesn't matter, they're both the same result. He's impaired, but he's already impaired, so can't be more impaired than he is.
Hooray!
Oh, and then I'm going to do a lock-on Shuriken. What is up with my rolling right now? Like, I rolled fine when it was for Castaway.
Yeah, so that does actually hit his E defense. I will point out that it's actually impossible for you to fail his
Yeah, I know. That's what
defense.
I was thinking. I was like, I'm pretty sure like it's.
Flash's E defense you can fail. Shurikens you actually just can't. Well, unless you get difficulty, but like your native roll is possible. Wait, no, actually, no. Even if you get difficulty, you're almost guaranteed. It's only 6. Your base bonus is 6.
Then, okay, yeah. Yeah. I would have to.
You'd have to roll a real bad difficulty, but since you have a native accuracy, you'd have to be stacked real bad. Yeah. So.
And so then, yeah, I'm gonna the free action for the flash. I have to roll again for that, right?
Yep.
For the lockdown on him.
Yep.
Thank God. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So.
Not great, but still not horrible.
Free luck. Flash is gonna go, and he does not get his barrel back.
Darn.
Flash is just gonna take a full action to improvise attack, and take a swing at Brashki, which will hit for
Yeah, because Brashki's still jammed, so.
a total of 4 damage. Bird guys are up.
I feel like I kind of need to repair.
You can't because you're jammed.
Can't even repair when I'm jammed.
Actually, maybe not. Cause
I
that's.
thought-
I guess that
thought
doesn't.
jamming
I
was-
guess that technically is an attack action.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that technically doesn't count as attack action. So yeah, I think. Yeah, no, okay. Yeah, you could do that.
So I can repair and release heat.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna signal you guys, and I'm doing that by releasing a bunch of heat.
Yeah.
And this clears next round, right?
Yeah. So you would spend. Well, the repair clears the status anyway.
Right.
So
Okay,
that clears your jam. You spend the full action. You vent your heat. You're spending a kit to
Yeah.
top yourself off.
All right. Cool. Guess that's me.
Shuriken's gonna go next. And what? It's gonna hack you. Because it has that available. Oh yeah, no, you're jammed again. And
Yeah.
take 3 heat for that, I guess.
Well, I mean, at least you cleared your heat, so.
Yeah, so choose to hack. Hack is not available. It's going to take a impaired shot against you with the impairment pistol because of your guardian drone. That does hit you for 1 damage that you reduce to nothing, but you do get a impairment as a result.
Yay, more.
Well, just think about it this way: you're tanking them really good over there.
Oh, is that what I'm doing?
Yes.
Yeah, you took my role. That's good.
I feel like I'm just sitting here applying patches and flailing around wrenches like y'all said I was doing.
Preventing heat.
Yeah, inventing heat.
I mean, you
Trying to send desperate signals in the air with my heat
Smoke
vents.
signals.
I mean, they don't appreciate your drones. Is really what's going on. They're like, man, this is real annoying. I believe it is Marcus' turn.
Fix yourself up.
I know. I'm so tempted to like boost it in there and try to shoot at them, but I will stabilize. Just reading what that does.
Stabilize, you just see more stuff venting from behind those crates.
Wait. 13.
I mean, yeah, that's a fair accusation there.
I can't do any of the other stabilized things because no one's next to me and I'm not burning and I don't have any loading weapons. So,
So that's it.
what it is.
Yep.
That's all I can do.
Shuriken's gonna activate.
Jump my neck.
You do technically have a move. So would you like to move?
Oh. Sorry, I was making sure that I wrote down that I used a repair kit because I keep forgetting. Okay. Where should I move, guys? Come in closer.
I mean, if you're gonna want to boost in, then.
Yeah.
And it's not like we really care if they scatter right now, because.
Well, if I move here, they're not going to scatter because they can't. Well, I don't know.
If Romy could talk to you guys, she'd be like, oh, scattering sounds good.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, if they scatter, that just means they move away from Romy. So it's like, it's not actually a bad thing. So.
Here. So it just depends on if they could see me when I first started moving. Maybe Flash could. You're on the bottom of my screen and I can't see. There.
They do not react to you.
Right.
It's almost like they're perfectly happy where they are right now for some reason. That's weird.
Maybe that's my turn.
Shuriken's gonna activate. It does not get attack back. Going to attempt to shoot Charmer. It can potentially shoot Charmer.
Yeah, that hits.
1 damage, but you have armor. You are, however, prepared for your troubles.
What was impaired? Oh, you did it. Thanks. I was like, I don't remember.
I got it for you. It's fine.
No, he is way too happy to apply the.
Yeah. So it's difficulty on all your attacks, checks, and saves until your next turn ends,
Yeah, I was
basically.
just looking that up.
It does have one more action. It is going to. It's actually going to stay there, so it turns in. So, everyone else is gone, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
So Flash is gonna. See if it recovers anything.
Do not recover. Do not recover. Do not recover.
It recovers.
What is it recovering?
The barrel.
Yep.
Roll.
And it's gonna try to improvise full action punch Rescue. Actually, no, it's not going to do that.
I mean, Chama could go hug Flash, and
Flash is
Stop
going
it.
to fly. Boost. And Carpet Bomb Charmer. And that does 3 damage before armor. So 2. And Shuriken.
Do we get a reaction from that? I don't remember.
It flies past you, so yes, you do.
Not. I mean, I have missed every single. But I have a. Do I have a difficulty because of the impair?
Mm-hmm. You get 1 difficulty.
I don't.
It never hurts to take the reaction, right? Like,
Can reactions? Can reactions consume the lock on?
it's technically attack, so yes.
Yeah. So I would do it because if you consume the lock on, it'd be good. And that would average out the difficulty.
I'd actually. Well, except that on my next turn, I think I'm still impaired. So I'd rather save the lock on to help. Because I have missed every single one of my reaction rolls. So.
I hold on. Yeah,
I mean,
no,
unless
no,
you
no.
guys go
Consume the
first.
lock on. Consume the lock on.
Okay. I will consume. So I'm going to put this back to
I
0.
want you to consume the
I will
lock.
consume the lock on.
That's weird. I can't imagine why.
I know it's not like
I'm
anything
getting
happened
really
with the lock.
strong vibes that I should.
Listen to actual Cannibal Shia LaBeouf and just do it.
So that just puts it at 0, right? That's no accuracy. Right?
Correct.
Yeah.
God, I actually hit something.
Yeah, except for he has his barrel back, so he's gonna be like, no. No.
But I finally rolled high.
But that consumed it, right? So I still get to shoot him. Don't
Yeah,
I?
that is technically true.
So
I believe the only qualifications for your autopod are just that.
If an ally consumes my lock on
Uh-huh.
within range 15 of me, which
Nope.
he is.
He's still 15 of you. It's was it 3 damage?
Yep.
3 damage.
And because it's the end of the turn, so I didn't get to use it this turn. So I'm like,
Wow.
no, I want to use it.
I mean, it's not completely the end of the turn because Shuriken still gets to.
No,
I mean,
but I meant like it was the end of any chance we had for somebody to consume the lock on and let me fire.
Yep. Alright.
This turn.
So Shuriken, his activation. He does not get any visibilities back. Yeah. And that is not the right tool. Yeah. We're gonna
Hey, C.
take a shot with the impairment. pistol at cassowary.
You guys might remember Decepticon. They're in the chat right now. Sea Serpent from TSW.
Oh, hello. Welcome to Nonsense with Robots.
A love story.
Yes. This yes. Yeah, we're gonna take a paramount pistol shot at cassowary.
Okay.
That does critical damage.
Nope. You were incorrect.
So that's 7 damage from the impairment pistol. Plus an impair. It is armor reducible though, so take 5, I believe.
Yeah, I will.
I thought
I
you
will
put an
brace.
impair on the drone. And
It does look like that. It does very much look like that.
I would have to.
Brace.
If I brace, will I be able to clear the impair next turn though?
The impairment would fall off when you finish your activation.
Yeah. Okay, I'll brace. So I'll take half
In your
And then that
favor,
round-
so it's
1 damage.
Yeah.
Why would I not brace?
I mean, it's the end of the turn too, so it's like unless you really wanted that second action. But since, impairment falls off regardless, there's not a whole lot I would think of that
Yeah.
you wouldn't do that anyway. So
Yep.
that's the end of Shuriken's turn because he's happy where he is. Actually no, he's not. Not happy where he is. He's got a boost. He's gonna take a boost. Yeah, he's gonna move there. Okay, now it's your turn.
Okay, double team go first unless we got somebody else wants to do something.
I'm good with that.
Okay.
Romy can't talk.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, Broski's not in a good place.
Hey, we moved the bad guys away from Romy. It's okay.
Okay. With my one action this turn, I'm gonna try to tech attack Shuriken,
Consuming the lock?
and I will consume the lock.
Oh,
And if you
then-
would mind rolling for me, please.
Then I need to put that accuracy back.
Yeah, that works.
Should do it. Okay.
2 paired and lock
I'm-
off.
Then that means that.
You have options. You can use either the autopod or the
I'm
Purple
okay.
turret.
I'm gonna use the autopod on Shuriken because we don't yet have a thing to consume on either of them. So,
Okay.
but I'm gonna hold off on the drone.
Well, you can only do one reaction, so
Yeah, no, I know, but I was thinking because I want to use the autopod because that one might not be able to be propped up again.
Okay.
But the drone would be more useful later
fair enough.
against Flash.
It is the rest of your activation.
Okay.
Oh yeah, and also
Okay.
that impairment will fall off. I'll get that for you.
Okay. Well, I am going to just regular tech invade Shuriken.
Okay. Yeah, that'll do it.
And then I am going to just do the lock on Shuriken and then try to do flash after that. So just hitting it twice.
Yep, that works. And then that works. I miss what Secret World used to be. Also, hello, Monkami. How you doing?
That's me.
Well, yeah.
Oh, is that you? Okay. I think that's your first time you've ever said anything in the channel.
It is.
Shuriken's gonna go. It's gonna clear its impairment as part of its activation, and it's just gonna vent heat. So, who's next?
Rude.
Oh, actually, what does he recover? Covers his hack. Alright. Who's next?
Bueller.
Yeah, I mean, I can go. Trying to go after Flash if he doesn't run away. Attempts to move 1, 2.
It's going to not do... No, it's not gonna do anything.
Suspicious. Okay. In that case, I'm going to attempt a full barrage. He's already barrel rolled. Did he get that back?
He has not gone yet, so he does not have it back.
Nice.
Do you want a leadership die for this? Because I have one more.
Oh. Okay, hang on. Let me.
Remember that you are impaired, so you have a difficulty in your attacks right
So you
now.
have the difficulty, so that would give you 1 accuracy
Right.
if you take
But
the
I
leadership
get
die.
a +1 accuracy for my melee attack anyway. So I'll just cancel that out.
However you want to stack it. Currently, you are 1 accuracy, 1 difficulty, and then the leadership die. So you are currently at net 1 accuracy if you don't consume the lock.
Basically, if you hit him, we will take him out. So we really want you to hit him, no matter how weak it is.
Please.
More damage. Alright, so you want me to do the leadership die on this?
Yes.
And consume the lock on the second one? Because it'll give me accuracy.
How does... Yeah, I don't know how that works.
Or
You
it'll
can.
give me 1 accuracy for the melee. Because the melee will cancel out the difficulty anyway because of duelist. And then with the leadership die, I'll get an accuracy. And then the lock on will just get rid of the difficulty for the second shot.
Okay.
We want the melee to hit because that hits more damage, theoretically. So I can try that. Oh, it's listening to me today.
Give me a systems check.
Oh,
Because the system check against Shuriken.
wait. Remember to turn off the accuracy. I always do that. Damn.
Oh!
There you go. So that'll do 4 damage.
Zero mouse gunning.
Is that going into Flash?
Yeah.
I don't remember if that hits. That does not hit.
Well, my
Then
turret
you
is gonna
advantage.
fire.
Okay.
It was close though.
Okay. So, you do your decent attack against Flash, crippling him. You attempt to make a shot with the Veil Rifle. He dodges out of the way, but not out of the way of the turret going off. And turret strikes the mech, bringing it down. Let's see. Some stuff happens.
Oh dear.
first off, your radar system spikes and goes off and warns you of something imminently approaching. And hold on, let me figure out some.
Is it a bunch of rocks?
No.
Whatever it is, Romy's in the dark about it. She's just sitting
You
there.
you see Shuriken change posture. Like
Oh no.
he seemed ready to go, and then like he just stops. Milovani Cassowary Harker, give me a systems save.
Oh no.
This is what we get for asking for a second session.
Well, I don't think I'd have that +1 accuracy.
You don't. But
I got a rock.
technically you use Milovani's system save, so just roll another one, I guess.
Oh, let me take the accuracy off, so it's not. Okay.
Harker.
I rolled. I got a
Yeah.
15.
Okay. I did not get that because it beeped at the same time. So, alright, so you've saved successfully. Harker, you do notice that your system's computer doesn't super duper like whatever the heck just happened. You notice that your invisibility system, like your stealth system that you've got going, it kind of flickers for a second, like it was gonna fail, and then it doesn't. And then sort of you hear you like you see this, and then you hear something. It's like a massive sonic boom. And then where there wasn't a mech before, there's now just a mech.
Oh no.
And
Guys, cause no, I'm just kidding.
and like it hits the ground hard. Like it, as far as you can tell, it came from straight up. Like it just dropped straight down. It's hit the ground hard enough that it craters a little bit. And despite what you see on the token, right? It does not actually have weapons drawn. It just sort of lands.
Okay.
And then it sort of stands up, and then as it's standing up, you notice that the shuriken has actually moved to a kneeling position.
Oh shit.
Combat is temporarily paused. And he did. Also, you do notice that his he's got jets on his back, and they're like, you know, visibly hot, and you actually kind of notice that his mech is actually sort of like giving off a lot of heat. It occurs to you that he just orbital dropped.
Oh man.
So he just like he basically just dropped out of space onto the battlefield.
Okay.
That's my game of solitaire.
So, is Romy still jammed at this point?
Yes, they're still jammed. So their mech is still kind of acting up for the moment. And then all of your comms, except for Romy's, kick on, because he's just like straight broadcasting. And you just hear a very calm individual over the comms, and he just sort of goes, So you're the one that's been causing problems.
Al pops onto the comm and goes, it kind of goes both ways, but what do you ask?
He's not asking.
Yeah, he definitely wasn't asking. That was really more of a declaration.
I feel like the goblin just leaned over and whispered into Cassiopea's ear. Like, he's not asking.
You hear kind of a soft chuckle. Like, he's somewhat amused, right? Like, and then you sort of like it's looking in Cassowary's direction. Doesn't do anything, but it does sort of raise an arm and point directly at Harker. Like the mech just like points directly at where he is, like completely ignoring the fact that he's invisible. And then he goes on his comms. I'm not hearing too great things about you either. You stole something that you weren't supposed to.
Oh no.
But then he kind of puts the mech arm down. And then there's sort of a pause and he goes, though in fairness, people were going to have found out eventually anyway, so I suppose you've just saved me a little bit of trouble.
Go with it, Harker. Go with it.
Al looks at Harker and tenses up.
This round of solitaire is going much better.
I'm cracked up on the idea of like roaming on the other side of the crates and just having seen like the sonic boom, like, but still not seeing the other.
I mean, because their computers don't work, right?
Something up.
It's just like something's going on without.
Like, oh, y'all blew one of them. Good job.
Are you making no effort to fix your systems while this is going on?
No, I figure it'll go away on its own.
Okay, so the conversation goes with Romy completely blind to whatever is going on.
You got a real ragtag team of folks here, buddy.
It sounds like it doesn't really involve me anyway. Some
Like
BS y'all
Romy
got
just
up
like,
before I was
wasn't
here.
here. I was not here yet. I have not fought you guys yet. This is the first time.
Yeah. You do notice that the comms go silent for a second. And Shuriken stands back up. And then you notice that Shuriken's engines spin up, and then let's see, is the range here? Oh yeah, no, that's well out of range. Okay, so you notice that Shuriken's engines spin up, and then it's just gone. Like, it's gone off of your sensors, it's gone off of your scanners, and then, like, a split second later you hear, like, you know, the deafening sonic boom of the fact that Shuriken just yeeted himself out of the battlefield. Like, he's just gone.
I know we were saying he could feel free to run away at any time, but we weren't really meaning now. Okay, well, Kat's gonna get on comms and just be like, do we get to know your name, or is that not allowed?
You actually see the mech shrug. Like, it makes a shrugging motion. And the comm kicks back on. I suppose you're gonna know it sooner or later. Masahiro Musashi.
Fuck. Knew it! I knew you were doing that, you bastard!
Now,
I mean...
what are you doing disrupting my operation here?
Cash is gonna go, we were hired to. That's simple.
Al pipes in on the comms. It's nothing personal, it's just business.
I'm certainly a man who can appreciate doing your job. But that does put you directly against me. So how loyal are you to your employers?
Al looks over at Misashi and hops onto the comms with Kat and goes, "Not very, right?"
That's a check. Kat would just respond, "It is not a matter of loyalty so much as it is a matter of blackmail."
Al says over the comms, "Then, I mean, should we see what he's offering?"
Okay. Kat is good. Can they do like an internal comm thing where he can't hear them?
Yes.
Okay, so Kat's doing that, and she's including Trauma in on this, and she's like, okay, the issue is, this dude can totally kill us. She's like, I don't know much about him, but I know that. He's literally the leader, if he's telling the truth about who he is. So, we don't want to piss him off, but at the same time, he is the leader of a bunch of insane psychopath cultists. So I don't really think taking his side is the best option either.
"Oh, I didn't say that," Al says. "I just want to hear his offer."
I mean, turning down his offer, he might regard as very insulting too.
You hear a dejected sigh over the comm. "True. What's the plan then?"
It's cute how anyone thinks Kat has a plan for this. Oh.
Al says, "Look, he's not trying to outright attack us. He's obviously annoyed, but if he wanted to kill us, I think it's obvious that he would have just done it."
Well, he can always kill us later.
"It's true." "So do we go out in a blaze of glory, or do we figure out more?"
Charmer?
Oh, I thought they were having just.
No. I said I looped you in that entire time.
Says, what do we expect would be the repercussions if we back off on our second only mission from Holland after they're already not happy with us for the first?
Okay, Miss Kat's chiming in. She's like, Holland's not stupid. The freaking leader of the Blade cult just landed in front of us. Holland is not going to be like, well, they might go like, well, you should have just died to him, but like, they would have to admit that would be completely suicidal.
So you agree then, if they're watching us and they're seeing what's happening right now, then technically we have to die or else have to be very suspicious.
No, like, we don't have to. Maybe he doesn't want to kill us. Like, we can continue talking with him. I just think we need to be very careful what we say because he is not being subtle about his broadcast, and if we
there was no subtlety from the guy who literally orbital dropped the game.
Yeah. So
there was zero
like,
subtlety.
Like, I think we can assume that Holland may be listening in onto this like not on the three-way conversation, but like the bigger conversation. So she's like, I just think we probably shouldn't be like, oh, we're totally willing to heal deals on how we're going to betray Holland when they might be listening in. That's all I'm saying.
All right. Well said, Al says. Obviously realizing this is another one of his not so great mental moments.
Does it hurt? Harker would say over the private comms. Does it hurt to hear what he's offering?
I mean, we can. We can talk. I'm fine talking to him. I'm just don't express too much interest in what he's offering because then Holland might just lock us in a room and kill us later. So
Agreed.
Yeah.
okay, so Kat would go back on the open comms and just be like, "It is not so much about loyalty; it's we have a contract."
There is sort of a pause. It's not very long. It's more like he's considering what you said. Well, does your contract require you to stay till you die?
If you are offering to let us run right now, we do not have the pride of your cult.
Well then, that is my offer. You can leave now, or I'll make you leave.
She would flip it back to the three. Guys, are we running?
Al thinks about the repercussions of dying. Al says, I mean, do we have a choice? Do you want to die?
Then you hear some static and Romy's comm cuts on and she gives a very Thomas Jefferson. So what did I miss?
What did I miss?
You know, I'll give you a little bit of information. So, your sensors do lock on to like his suit, doing what they do, and they do somewhat identify the suit that he's using. Like you don't have like specifications, obviously, right? 'Cause that's he's actually flying what is known as a black kite. It is generously described as a scout suit. It is
The stealth bomber of...
No. No.
No.
It is best described as the Blade Cult's one non-combat mech. It is used purely for frontline infiltration. Its job is to mark targets for long-range bombardment.
So he came at us unarmed.
Well, that is what the standard Black Kite is. You have no idea, obviously, without having scanned him, if there's any modifications.
He literally dropped out of space.
Right.
Like, I feel like the fact that he dropped out of space and what we know about that, he can mark us for bombardment, is not a good combination.
Yeah, that kind of sucks.
Romy's kind of over space. Space is so last century.
Outer space? Ha. Inner space? Yes.
That's where it's at.
So ignoring whatever customizations he might have done, you know for a fact that this is generally considered a non-combatant mech. It is not intended for frontline duties. It is purely known to be fast, agile, and has an exceptional sensor suite. It is designed specifically for painting targets. It basically flies in fast, marks somebody for a long-range strike, and then retreats. Is how it was originally built. It's more of a... It's more like a siege support suit rather than a direct combat suit. It's probably one of the very few such suits in the Blade Cult lineup.
The issue is, does a master blade user really need to have a suit that matches?
It is fair to give you the knowledge. He has a suit that he is known to use. This isn't it.
So, like, okay, so he could be lying, but
could be lying.
But the other guy kneeled as soon as he arrived, so like this is an awfully big like.
Then he got out of dodge really fast.
Yeah. As if like the area could be bombarded with stuff.
So, Al says, given what we know about this and that the other guy fucked off pretty quick, I say we take the offer and leave.
You know, it's fair. We gave the offer before to somebody else when they were outmatched. From all appearances, we're outmatched. Like we're all of us except Trauma are pretty damaged. And we're not in great shape. And if this guy made somebody else kneel, even if he is not who he says he is still higher up. So we would still be looking at something nasty.
Yeah.
And it theoretically be better if Holland is aware that it is potentially possible that the actual head of the Blade Cult is taking interest in this. So
Al goes, obviously I didn't think of that from that angle, but yeah, what we have is more valuable than stopping the route at this point. At least, maybe? Al thinks really hard.
I mean, honestly, they're probably going to yell at us. Anyway, we cut it. Romy, since you decided to join us on comms now, this guy is claiming to be the head of the Blade Cult. People do not become the head of the Blade Cult without being very frightening.
I can read the situation +2. Can I figure anything out about what's going on through that?
You could. What specifically are you trying to read about the situation?
Think I'm probably trying to look for his motives.
Inflection? Like, that show Lie to Me? Is he giving any telltale signs of lying?
I'm not gonna make you roll for that. Dude is pretty straightforward about what he's saying. Like, he says he's Masahiro Musashi. He says that your option is to either leave or die, and the dude seems real confident that that's what he's saying. Like, he's real confident that one of those two things is gonna happen.
Okay.
I also have a +2 to show off. Can I do something to kind of impress him?
What would you like to do to show off?
I have lots of hands. I could do something with my hands.
No,
I'll do some up close magic with my solitaire cards.
Oh, God.
I mean, if you really want to.
No.
Nope.
Don't let me roll.
I do up close magic, and I'm begging you to not do up close magic right now.
No!
That's an agility save. What was that even for?
I don't know. I think I dropped my cards.
I mean, you rolled real bad, so it was.
The cards just got. Oh.
You've lost the heart of the cards.
You see the Brashki mech sort of get up and it just kind of falls back down again. Apparently, so what just happened?
Well, that's all I did last week, so.
Yeah, you get knocked down.
Okay,
you get up again.
So Kat's just gonna say on the the group comm, not including the potential leader of the Blade Cult. I really think our answer is to go. I really want to go, guys. I don't want to risk it, because if he is able to like bombard the area from wherever he jumped out of or jumped from, like, because like he might have been using that jetpack in space, but he came from somewhere.
Get a cool souvenir from him though if we defeat him.
Al starts walking away. In a minute. This is not a drill.
Yeah.
So, Cassowary and Milovani withdraw?
Well, before Kat leaves, she's just gonna go, well, if you really are who you say you are, then I guess it was a pleasure to meet you, and I hope I don't again. Just like politely. She is saying it absolutely politely. She is not being snarky.
His response.
I hated it.
His response to that is, that might be possible. It really depends on the company you keep.
Ugh.
Al looks at Harker.
No, I think he means the little company we're working for.
I'm gonna walk off and tell him that I'm new here and I have no idea what's going on and I have nothing to do with any of this.
This is my first day, man.
I signed a totally different contract. I get paid better, but not
You
that
don't
much
know
better.
that. You don't know that. We didn't tell you that.
Well, yeah. I saw where y'all lived.
Did you? Because you haven't actually seen where they live.
I saw where y'all go to drink.
Yeah, the same place you do.
Now I passed by it looking for worse stuff.
I mean, they either that as far as you are aware, they either drink at the Lancers Guild where you also work, or at the Contractees Lounge at Holland where you also work. So
Where did I see them last week when I was passing by and they were getting their clothes taken off and all sorts of other shenanigans?
but you don't
Okay.
know what they look like.
Hey, yeah, you don't know who we are
Oh,
yet.
yeah, that's true.
And it wasn't they. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it was Al doing it himself. Thank you.
Yeah, he took his clothes off. He didn't get taken off. He threw them off and had a party.
Well, I wasn't paying attention. I was just passing by.
Saw a large man taking his clothes off near a woman and didn't do anything. I don't know.
Suspicious.
I don't know.
He would have been.
Scummy.
He would have been like, "Oh God, I need to get out of this punch down right now."
I sure hope I don't get teamed up with those two, is what I said as I passed by.
I have no idea what their profession is or what they do, but yeah.
I hope nobody trusts these idiots with large robots.
So does Harker leave? Does Harker have a thing to say before he leaves?
Please don't kill me.
I think Harker is just gonna offer a, graceful bow and walk away.
In his mech. His mech is just bowing gracefully.
Yep.
We're just like, nope. No.
Yeah, so you leave. You literally just walk your way out of the valley. Because no one can fly.
Well, it also, it looks casual. We're not being casual, but it looks casual.
You hurriedly walk your mechs out of the valley, realizing that it was not a good
We're
time.
heading into the sunset, though.
No,
No, damn it.
you're heading east. So
We don't know what direction the sun sets on Wayfair. Far.
Yeah.
I'm doing it now too.
good job.
I mean, Kat would have radioed Chumbo, like, pick up part of the Flash's suit before you totally walk out.
Okay.
Like, when you bow, like, pick up the suit.
You gonna take the whole suit?
No.
What
A
Well, that's
part.
That's the only reason for the bow, to surreptitiously grab this piece of suit.
Yeah, she needs a souvenir, but she's not gonna, like, be obvious, like, crawling off of, like, to go grab it, because, like, that's a little obvious.
She crawls off the fucking mech, and Visage is like, "Whoa, what the fuck was that? You got an infestation." Anyways,
Yeah. So that was
this happened.
That was...
yes, it did.
And man, Kat swore off drinking last week. Damn it.
So what did you intend for us to do?
You picked the wrong day to stop sniffing glue.
So yeah, so you've left. with the man who you've been told is Masahiro Musashi. As you sort of leave, and you kind of walk your way away from the valley, you do hear the telltale sign of like a sonic boom as he withdraws from the area as well. After you've gone a certain distance away.
You must have a +4 to showing off.
Um. Yes. Yes, he does. He's the boss of an entire organization. He has the right to show off.
Yeah, if you form a whole blade cult that like spans multiple planets, you get to show off too.
He's inspired an entire like cult of people that want to be him. So, that's a thing.
Men want to be him, women want to be with him.
Sure. We'll go with that. Why not? So yeah, you kind of limp your way back to Wayfar. I'm assuming at some point you try to call in for a pickup. Or are you just gonna walk of shame back?
No, I feel like Kat would just be like, no, I am walking back. I need time to process this. I don't want to like explain this immediately. We just saw death and it was right in front of us.
So yeah. It takes you a couple hours to walk back to Wayfar. I mean, it's a distance. Your mechs are, being what they are, fairly capable of getting around, right? Like it's not.
Not like Cat has to walk anyways. Whatever.
Yeah, it's not like you're walking, right? Like they're fairly fast compared to a person.
I feel like during that walk, Kat would have just like actually like climbed out of the goblin and sat in the extra seat and in Owl's thing and just been like, oh shit.
The storage container?
Yes,
do I have-
she would have just been like, I am just climbing into your mech because my mech is just gonna chill up there because like I don't want to be hooked up to the comms right now. Except like you can handle the comms. Like just you handle this.
Al just says understood.
Like I
And-
think this is the time they would actually see Kat be genuinely like, oh fuck. Like she is shaken. She is.
Hey, thanks for the
not,
host,
like,
Rabbit.
She's not the type to be like openly like freaking out, but it's like it's very clear that she is not calm right now. She's very much like.
Yeah, that's fair.
She's. Because I figure like if anyone like Kat would have known about them because like she's been doing all this research on everything and like it's like there's no way she wouldn't have picked up on stories about him on the web.
Romy's just disappointed that she had her chance and she fumbled with that close-up magic.
Al is introspective, not outwardly terrified, but you can tell by the near robotic movements. There's no other better word for it. That there's, it's just he's going through the motions while he tries to process everything that just happened.
Yeah, so your trek back from encountering Masahiro Musashi is a humbling experience if he is who he says he was, which, you have no reason to doubt that. Subtlety is not subtlety
Yeah,
and
it's
subterfuge
not
is not exactly a Blade Cult trait.
like it's the fact that the dude knelt. That's where it all catches. Like even if you believe like the other guy's lying, they would have had to plan ahead to have the guy react that way and kneel. And Cash just like I that's not their style. They don't do that. They don't that kind of fake show would that's not what they do. So she's like either like no matter how you cut it, he's someone high up that we are not ready to face yet, especially when we're already banged up.
I mean, mechanically, you would have not been unable to defeat him.
That's assuming that like another mech doesn't drop out of the sky and he doesn't like hop into it.
I mean, that would be silly. Why would that happen?
Because you would do that, and he would do that.
Nah,
He has a plus 20 in showmanship.
nah. I would never make you fight him in his actual mech. That would be terrible and mean.
Well, no, that's because I don't think the rules of the game allow you to yet. So instead, you were just gonna have us fight him in a different mech in which he still kicked our asses.
I mean, he has a template. His template is Scout, so he's a Scout. He was also an Ultra Veteran. So that would have been fun.
No, it wouldn't.
Yes, I would love to spend 12 more hours in combat.
With one dude, and then lose.
Uh,
And then we would have had to move it over to next week, and you'd be like, "Oh, I added some stuff for next week."
you sound so
Okay, so-
untrusting of my ability to run an encounter. How do I feel about
Oh
that?
no,
No,
we're
we-
trusting of your ability.
Oh, that's the problem. Okay, so they do the walk back.
Yeah, the humbling walk back, I suppose. You presumably do at least report back to
Yes.
Holland on your way back. Like you don't just show up in town and be like, "Hey guys, what's up?"
We technically did what we were supposed to do, didn't we? I mean, we cleared everybody.
Ask our bosses how much they like us using the word technically.
Yeah.
Yeah, about that.
The
I mean,
technically
yeah,
card
Pat
may have
would
been
just,
drawn
like-
once already. We may have played that card.
Pat would have just once she had calmed down a little bit on part of the walk back, which was why they chose to she would have been like, I want to walk back. We're not radioing because if we do, we'll have to answer questions immediately. She would have finally ridden in to Holland and be like, we have reason to believe that the leader of the Blade Cult is actually in fact monitoring everything personally and may have actually shown up personally. We chose to retreat because the implication was there may have been some bombardment that would have destroyed the entire pass anyway if we had stayed. The rest of the Blade Cult was taken care of at the scene, though.
Well, luckily for you, your big boss is not on planet, so your report is just filed and accepted. You don't hear anything particular about it from Holland. You suspect that you might hear something about it from your boss when he returns, but for the moment, you file a report. They just accept it. They take you into the hangar and offer you repairs. Romy does get put on a different part of the hangar because technically they are a different part of the team.
They don't work for us yet.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if Romy comes over and says anything to you while you guys are, disengaging from your mechs, but that's up to Romy.
She'd at least come by and show them that she could actually do that trick she was trying to pull off.
Oh god.
Does Romy actually recognize us now? That we're not in mech?
I think she would. She pays attention to people. So she would probably give you guys a look. I don't know if she'd say anything about that. Something for her to file away.
Gotcha. So Al, upon seeing Romy, would not know who this person is. Would we have seen Romy disengage from their mech?
No, they would have been a different part of the hangar. They would actually have to have come over to you, or you would have to go over to specifically find them.
How would have I found them, or are they standing next to their mechs?
You're far enough away that you wouldn't directly see each other, but like you both would have seen like where your mechs were loaded, like onto
So can I
relative to
just
each
go
other.
through the hangar yelling their names until somebody responds?
Well, no, I mean you would know where they were.
Oh, okay.
Like you would have a direction that they were, and there aren't exactly like constantly people getting in and out of their mechs. So like people getting out of their mechs in that direction would sort of be like, oh, there they are.
All right.
Okay. So you are yelling our names? Or no, you just see us?
No, I guess I just see you.
Yeah, so like it wouldn't be difficult for you to find them, right? Like it's just you
Like,
walk
it's
in that
like-
direction and like, oh, there's three
Like,
people
you
getting
did
out of
see
mechs.
our mechs. You did see our mechs on the field, so it's kind of
Yeah, like they're still gonna be in the vicinity of their mechs, so their mechs are sort of like allocated a slot for their team. So like the people standing there are either going to be the people working on their mechs or the mech pilots. So presumably you
Oh,
walk
the
that
one
way.
riding around on somebody's shoulders.
So,
It's just habit by now.
like, wait, why aren't you on the other guy's? Why isn't he like holding you? I feel like before Romy comes up, Kat would just be like cursing in check, but not her normal like angry cursing. It's more just it's like shell shocked cursing. Just still like that like this really sucks cursing.
Al is just sitting down, listening to the cursing, and kind of got a 1,000-yard stare. And then he notices somebody approaching, and looks up and sees that it's somebody else who also looks like they've just spent way too long in a mech. Waves at the approaching Romy.
I feel like she would just come and sit down and adopt the same stare without saying a word.
Al looks over and says, "So can you actually do that trick, or?"
9 times out of 10. That was number 10.
Al nods and extends his hand. Good to see you in the flesh, Al.
Likewise. Good to
feel
be
like-
able to hear you guys without being
Jammed.
jammed, yeah. Continuously.
So interesting first day, huh?
It's about what I've come to expect from missions like that. Except for the whole ending thing that I missed half of, but what can you do?
You've come to expect the intergalactic leaders to just show up.
Well, that part was kind of interesting.
I feel like at some point Kat's gonna like stop cursing. She'd have given like a nod to Romy, but wouldn't have like stopped her under the breath cursing. And
I
then
think
she would,
Romy probably understood all that cursing because she's kind of from that same area, but not like she would have picked up some of the words, some of those colorful words, but she doesn't know the language.
and then she would have. Then Kat would have looked at Hawker and just been like, oh, "Fuck, he knows who you are."
Margaret was probably keeping it, like watching the whatever they're gonna do to like set up his mech, I guess, or I guess they're like looking over the mechs, or do they just kind of like park them?
Like they would have like a sort of like a bay that your mech would be for repairs and rearming and maintenance.
So he was probably keeping an eye on that, and then he kind of glances over as Romy comes over, and then glances at Kat when she makes the comment, and kind of just rubs at the back of his head and offers a rueful kind of smile, and he's like, "Yeah, that could have gone better."
That that is certainly a descriptor.
She's like, Cat's like, yeah, it could have gone a lot worse too.
Chris shrugs, and he's like, "Hey, I'm not dead."
Glass half full.
Al looks over at Harker and goes, I don't know how we're not dead, given the stunt that you pulled previous.
Parker, dead serious, is like, "Which one?"
That's a fair question.
Al thinks for a second and realizes it's not worth his time to try to remember specifics, nor for his own sake and also for Harker's. He goes, well, never mind.
So am I correct that if like you put up like, because he has like basically all these rabid fanboys, right? If you tried looking up on the web, would you be able to find like a propaganda video or whatever for him?
So
Yeah, let's blast that on full volume in the hangar.
No, like the she.
Find
Number
his
one,
YouTube page.
No, he's on Vimeo.
Hey, look,
he
he did
Twitch
the.
streams. Like literally, they find the Twitch stream of their fight. He just warned them off.
so it is actually kind of interesting. Like there's a lot of stories about Masahiro Musashi. There's technically official record of his service, right? Because before the Blade Cult, he was like a contracted mercenary in the Union. So like he was like a military man. There are actually no records of what he looks like. Like they've been expunged. So since the formation of the Blade Cult, it's sort of like someone in the Union wants to pretend that he doesn't exist. Whether or not that's because of, you know, someone in the Blade Cult working in the Union, or if the Union is trying to cover something up, that you're not certain. But the man Masahiro Musashi effectively doesn't exist. But obviously he does, right? Because like there's a person, there's a cult that he supposedly runs. Like there's a technically it's a mercenary organization, right? Like you could in theory actually pay the Blade Cult to do something. But officially on record, Masahiro
Can
Musashi
we
doesn't
pay them
exist.
not to kill us? Because
We
I
can't
mean,
afford that.
You don't know, right? Like that's sort of the problem out in like the part of space that you are, right? Like you're not officially in Union jurisdiction, even though you sort of are. Like you're not in like the core sector of space. So it's not like not like you can be like call up your local recruiting office and hire some Musashi Blade Cult mercenaries to do a job for you. They sort of operate on the
can you do that in the Union?
no. That like so the
Okay,
the Blade Cult operates officially off the books. So you'd have to find like a black market like contact, effectively.
Rumi was wandering around the black market.
Yeah, but you ended up making a deal with the company.
And it didn't really do much good.
Yeah, you got yourself some experimental weapons. And now you owe a favor to everyone's favorite organization.
Well, it's not like we hate them. It's, in fact, they might be less on the shit list than Holland, really.
You don't actually know a whole lot about what Kirsch Industrial does, just that they're native to Wayfar.
Yeah.
So I mean, you could sort of assume that they probably have a more vested interest in like the well-being of the planet that they're from. But other than that, you know, in terms of how good they are about that vested interest, sort of not a thing that you looked into.
Kat's just gonna finally say, she's gonna say it out loud. I really regret that I swore off drinking. No.
Yeah, that's probably fair.
She's just gonna be like, this was the worst week to swear off drinking.
Al nods and goes, well, maybe this time I won't do what I did. Looks down.
Like maybe I won't get blackout drunk. That's yeah.
That's when Romy gives you a look and you know she knows. Somehow.
Al briefly makes eye contact with Romy and then glances
Like-
over at Kat and then just looks down again and goes,
Goes silent.
Like it just goes.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. That's actually fair. Just be like, nope.
I mean, that's where like Cash is gonna be like, oh, well, that could have been so much worse. I've seen so much worse behaved drunks than that. So it's like I'm not.
Absolutely nothing.
What?
Harker says nothing. He just kind of looks amused.
Al smiles a little bit, realizing it could have been worse, but at the same time, it is what it is.
I mean, like it's just like Cat's just gonna be like, you didn't harass anyone. You just were really weird. We got you out before you actually like beat up anyone. It's fine.
All right, so you guys sort of eventually decide that you're gonna stop standing around in the hangar, right? Probably.
They're so shell shocked. They just stay in the hangar for like hours.
I mean, the question is, do you go back to your rooms to try to like de-stress, or are you gonna hit up like a lounge, or are you gonna go to the bar? What's the plan?
Well, I think first we would say to Romy, Al would ask, so what do you do to de-stress after an absolute catastrophe?
Just kind of tinker with stuff, really. My bunk alone. Not that kind of tinkering. Gadget tinkering.
Phrasing.
Better mic, we can still hear you sigh and gasp and stuff.
Well, that one I wasn't trying to be quiet about.
Hey, phrasing!
She just likes to keep busy with her hands.
Not
No.
helping.
Again, do I have to do the phrasing sound effect in my chat again? Like, what's going on here?
You're the one who chose the words "in my bunk alone."
Hey, they asked.
In my bunk alone.
She has a little AI companion that follows her around, so she likes to mess around with that and that sort of thing.
No, that does not make anything better. That is.
Yes, it does.
Oh yeah.
I like to mess around with my AI companion. Yeah. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, guys, I'm gonna go recompile some firmware. I'll see you later.
I mean, think about it this way. This is the conversation so far. Well, when I'm alone, I like to tinker in my bunker, my bunk. I also have an AI companion that I like to keep with me to fool around with.
It's like a little robot. It's not a Chobit. She hasn't upgraded it that far yet.
To think that that's an upgrade.
I think that that's the end goal.
Yeah, but I feel like even before that, that doesn't make it better for anything.
Phrasing.
Like, maybe just don't talk about having tech in your bunk alone, okay?
Your companion
And
that you like to
sniffing
fool
glue.
around with. So Romy responds that they're just a nerd. Okay, yeah.
None of y'all get any of my cool gadgets.
All
Uh,
shrugs.
so you will get a license level from that encounter.
Dear God.
Yeah. So you do get to
Everything
this.
sucks.
We
Here's
got
a
a
license
license level for running away.
Well, I
Yeah,
mean,
no,
you
we had
completed 2
experience.
combat encounters.
We bravely ran away.
Not like you did legitimately complete 2 combat
Run
encounters.
away, run away. The hills. They're coming from the hills. Run away from the hills.
Um, I mean, we could do your downtime if you'd like. We could sort of integrate that into
mean,
what's going on, right? Like
yeah,
that's
like
well,
legitimately downtime.
I feel like the very first thing Kat would have done after they finally like stopped being shell shocked in the hangar is she would just go like take a long shower. She'd just be like,
I mean, that was sort of a long operation, so that's fair.
she'd
Yeah.
just be like, yeah.
I mean, yeah, I can agree that Al would definitely also take a long shower because what else is there to do after being stuck inside a mech for 2 days straight, basically? Or at least what felt like 2 days.
It was about a day. You spent about a day out there.
Felt like 17 though, didn't it?
It was a long day.
It was a very long day.
So Al washes up, figures out, how to kind of recompile himself, and then just decides to also go back into the common area because it's larger than his room and he's done with being in small spaces for a while. And just kind of does, his
I guess
own.
like we would ask where Romy was staying.
Yeah.
So Romy is actually not assigned to a team. So like they are free to come and go, but they actually don't have a bunk per se. Like they have their own personal housing like that they would have.
I feel like I'm in the common room tinkering with stuff and glare at him as he comes in because I can't tinker alone in my bunk now to prove a point.
But you don't have a bunk.
Yeah, so
Well,
they have
So I have to be in the common room.
they have their own housing effectively
Yeah.
because they are assigned to like they're fully assigned to a team, right? Like that was part of their contract.
Rough in my mech right now.
Like I feel like it would have been like, well, we have an extra room. You can come relax there if you want, because we're probably all going to be in for getting yelled at for saving our own lives. So
And that's when you find out that my AI just screams all the time for no reason in the middle of the night.
no, that's when your AI would get hacked, so that it would not do that.
Like wow,
think
suddenly
that'd be
my
great.
AI is way more behaved.
I'd be like, oh, I've been trying to fix that for weeks.
Also AI research is technically illegal. And it's not a law that you're just going to pretend to follow. It's a law that you're going to want to follow.
Yeah.
You would be developing what's called NHP, which is a sort of like an AI, but not independent thinking, right? Like they don't quite. It's sort of like the equivalent of what we have. It's like fake AI with personality, right? Like it's designed to do a specific thing. It's not free thinking. It's not independently
Right.
behaving.
Really
just-
super advanced. Google
Yeah.
Assistants.
Well, one of the things that they let you pick was an AI companion of some sort. I don't really know how that works, so
So
it's
you're.
just like I
It's
think
not.
it's a World of Warcraft pet, basically.
Yeah, they're not quite AI. Because if you research AI, the actual
it's a
AI comes and gets real pissed off at you.
And in that case, Kat would not be having a conversation. She would just run.
Yeah. The mechs that Romy and Cat use are technically made by the AI. They just sort of show up, and then they get like repurposed as mechs. They are actually mechs. Like they're not like are they secret weapons of death? But like
They're not built somewhere.
they're not like there isn't a company that makes them. They're just sort of a collection of mech designs that just show up and get
We don't
used.
really have a warranty or anything we can.
Right, like they're not like beyond the comprehension of like regular mech, right? Like they're serviceable. It's like they make sense. It's just that there isn't like a company like Harrison that's pushing them out. Like they just sort of just get made and they just sort of show up.
Right. People buy Raspberry Pis and they just kind of make stuff.
Yeah.
You got your Raspberry Pi companions, your Arduino companions.
It's sort of like you could buy a Dell computer, or you can walk into a shop and just pick up a quote unquote handmade computer that someone assembled from parts with customizations on it. And that's sort of what mechs that you guys are using. They just were bought. Someone made them.
But no one knows who.
Yes.
So it's
Except
more
they
like you
sort of
just
know
kinda
who. But
found it in a forest. You didn't really find it in a store. Or do they actually sell them?
I mean, people can buy them, so like they can be bought and sold. Like it's a mech, right? Like it's a
But
it's
it would
a physical
always be
good.
a second-hand thing.
Well, yeah, basically, as far
As
as you
far
know.
as you know.
Because I feel like Romy just kind of stumbled across hers.
And just took it and was like, "This is mine now." Sure, why not? You could do that. It doesn't really matter how you got the mech, right?
Yeah.
Unless you really want to make it a weird plot point, but it doesn't super matter. I'm assuming you take them up on the offer to go hang out in their bunk.
Sure.
God.
I prefer privacy, but
So the way this is laid out is, as you walk into the housing area, there's like a hallway with 4 rooms, 2 on each side. I believe the one of the ones closest to the door is free.
Yeah, I think no one took one of the one of those wasn't taken.
The rooms are basically like small studio apartments, technically. Like there's a bathroom and the shower, a bed. There's a computer terminal that directly connects to Holland's network. So anything you do on it is monitored, and Holland knows what you're doing. Don't do illegal things there, because they're certainly not going to appreciate it. And then once you get out of that hallway,
We don't do anything illegal in this.
on their terminals.
No, in this area we don't. What?
Yeah.
We are always above board.
And assuming that you take a tour, you go into the hallway. It sort of spills out into the kitchen, which has like a general like seating area. And then beyond that, there's like a common room where there's just like a big TV and just like lounging area space. And attached to that, there is a sort of like a meeting room briefing area. There's like a door that closes it off. You go inside. What was the last thing that Cat did to make it look different? Or is that not currently active?
She probably would have left it on. It was. I think that was the rainforest waterfall thing, wasn't it?
I think it was.
I think she just had it as this totally relaxing resort oasis rainfall thing.
Yeah, might have been.
Because the time before was when she went off Victorian mansion dining experience.
Yeah, where it was
They were
like,
eating.
because it was like Hogwarts, but not.
Yeah, because they were eating, so she just fancied it up.
Yeah.
So
Um,
Kat would like one of the first things Kat would be checking when she got back and got out of a shower. She'd be checking to see like if the dark web had been doing anything with those dossiers that she leaked.
so
Um,
yeah, so it's been about a day since you guys did that. It's almost been like a full 24 hours. So good news, bad news time.
mhm.
Good news is that well, the mining guild has taken your information and done something about it. The bad news is the mining guild has taken that information as sort of the final straw on the camel's back and is now actually openly revolted. Like it was a protest before, like a strike and a thing. Now that this information is out, that it's been proven that companies are actively sabotaging their operations, it has turned into like a seriously like open revolt, and it's sort of like on the precipice of like open violence.
Okay. Like that doesn't really shock Kat. You give angry people ammo. There's only certain things they'll do with it.
Mm-hmm.
But it was ammo they deserved to have. So she would relay that to everyone else of like, by the way, guys, and she'd probably like flash the information onto a screen in the sitting room. She wouldn't exactly be like, the information we gave them. She's not gonna like emphasize what part they played into it. But she's gonna be like, this is what's going on, guys.
Whoa, did you see this? This is weird. Totally not
Like,
related.
yeah, I don't know what happened here. But she would also be looking into the information, like, because she chose a few of those like dossiers to leak to the dark web of um the people, the higher
No
ups that were actually
one's
doing super corrupt things.
no one's saying anything about it, but being the dark web as it is, that doesn't mean
Yeah.
anything. Like no one's actively said like, I did something to fuck over this guy. Like that hasn't been said.
I think she would be checking to see if it's even like spread a little, you know?
It's hard to say. By the nature of like dissemination of information doesn't exactly
Yeah.
show where it goes. Like the information's out there. But it's hard to say. Because part of the problem, right? Like you're sending it out there. Most of the people aren't going to care about stuff off of the planet, and like
Yeah.
the people that do are already probably messing with Holland anyway. So like how relevant the information of them doing something on a planet that's like way out in the boonies, like way far, is kind of rough. It's like if someone told you that like ConAgra had done something like in a small farming village where they kind of like overcharged for their product and were like quadruple price gouging, you'd be like, oh, well, that's kind of scummy. And then that would probably be about the extent of that sentence. Because you're kind of just like, yeah, they've done worse. It's kind of like par for the course evil. Like, especially since it's like a company that's probably been accused of doing worse.
Yeah.
So it's not like a big shock, right? Like, there are probably some people that will take that information and do something about it. There's probably some people who are going to take that information and be like, this is another example of them being terrible people. But like the vast majority of people are probably just gonna be like, yeah, it's really yeah, that figures.
Well, yeah, but it's more about like again, people like being given a target,
Sure.
just like they like being given ammo.
Yeah, it's just that like in terms of like what that actual traction gets you,
Yeah, it'd be
it's
hard to
just
tell right now.
yeah, it's just like it's way too early for you to get anything out of that.
But she would have been monitoring it anyway, because you never want something unexpected to happen when you're doing that. You
Yeah.
need to know if you need to like do emergency actions.
Yeah. But in terms of like that actually paying out or something coming out of it,
Yeah.
no, like not really.
So yeah, and she would have showed them what's going on with the guild to Charmer if he comes up to the common room. I don't know if what he's doing.
I don't know what is.
Okay.
Oh, I was muted. Can you hear me now?
You're good.
Yeah, I had someone come in to talk to me, so I had to quickly mute. He probably was just wandered down into the common room and was lounging on one of the chairs. So yes, she can show him things.
Well, she would have just shown like Al and Harker, and like of course Romy, because Romy's there. Be like, so this is going on. Just silent about it.
And I'm muted too. How about that? Oh, it's one of those days.
Everyone's muted. It's fine.
Yeah. So Al's watching this and going, that's pretty intense. To be fair, I mean, it seems like they definitely have some stuff to be angry about.
Well, yeah, it was building up to this. There's only so long they were going to keep the protests. Because they weren't being listened to then either.
Al nods and goes, yeah, I'm surprised it took this long. Then again, where I'm from, there was no protesting. There was pretty much only rioting. So I don't really have a frame of reference.
Yeah. I don't really know what to say here because I feel like Kat is actually honestly quieter than normal because
It was a day.
she is
Yeah.
freaked out as hell that he showed up. Okay, like that is she'll smart ass to she'll be a smart ass to most people, but she does understand when someone has influence and power way above you. And she's just like, yeah, that was not.
Yeah, that's not a person that you necessarily want to piss off.
Yeah, it's like she will be fine, like annoying a bunch of people, but it's like that. No,
Like that's above my pay grade by a lot.
she's like, oh, pay grade was shit to begin with. But he is on a whole different pay grade.
If anything, Al is more talkative than usual, and you can probably tell for kind of the same reasons. He's a little freaked out as well, but he's still trying to process it, so he's just talking about the stuff on the screen, thinking out loud about certain things, going over mission details, just trying to make sense of it all.
I think Kat was also just continually like giving Harker this like kind of astounded look. Because in her head it just keeps going like he knows who you are. Like it just like because she's a hacker and knowing who someone is risky to begin with. But on that level is completely above. Like she's just like this is not good. Like should we like leave the planet? Should we like you know what? Union space is actually sounding somewhat good to me right now.
I mean, Harker chose not to hide his identity.
Yeah, but that doesn't normally correlate to the freaking leader knowing. That's like saying you hacked a corporate, like a local election office, right? Just a local one, and then like the president calls you out, right? Like it's like, except this is way more intimidating. So, but it's like doing this like petty thing in equivalent, and then like literally having like someone who you would not think would ever freaking hear about it this early, you know, just like it's like he just stole information. It's not like he like and that he's that on the ball scares the hell out of Kat. Like that would scare the hell out of Kat. She's just like, oh no, he's not delegating. Like that is not delegating. That is finding out information himself. What the hell?
Yeah, he did not delegate that task to somebody else. That is just, yeah.
That is terrifying. That is terrifying to her. She's just like, this is not no bueno. She's like, not good. Not good. So yeah. She's just completely freaked the fuck out.
Yeah, that's fair. Although Harker apparently doesn't seem to be concerned even slightly. Harker's response is, it's fine. They were already pissed off at me. How bad can it be?
Yeah, I think again, he's like, given my options in the moment, you know, I'd rather them come after me than some. I mean, he's not saying this out loud, but this would kind of be his thought process of it's better than them coming after some father of 4 or something. So he's just kind of like, yeah.
Yeah, but it'd be better if the leader of the Blade Cult never knew who you were to begin with.
I think Harker is kind of like, I mean, he would expect that eventually the leader would get wind of his name because he wouldn't be a very good leader if he didn't. If they're like after him or if they have a price on his head, you would think the leader would, kind of eventually
No.
aware that was happening.
That's if he said that out loud, man. I know he's not. If he did, Kat would just be like, would literally shake his shoulders at that point.
Be like, you don't understand how much shit you're in right now.
She's like, I don't think you should have like foisted it off on an innocent person. Like I don't. However, this is.
It's like the degree of shits that we are in right now is like a factor of 50.
Like it's just like this is so beyond. Like no, it is not normal for a cult leader to find out about you unless you have done something major against them. Not just you collected a little information on a backwater planet. This is not normal. Nothing about this is normal. This is bad.
I would like to point out, it should be reminded that the information that Harker pulled was that to them, this isn't just a backwater. They're establishing a base of operations.
Right. But still, it's still just like that the leader himself found out about it, like because it's not like Harker majorly disseminated that information. It's not like he like started a campaign of like beware the Blade Cult. You know?
You did tell it to the local government.
Did we?
Yeah,
Did you?
it was reported to the local government as part of your report.
He reported it
Oh, that's right, right.
ministries
Yeah.
because that was the initial issue.
So
Y'all, we need to take better notes.
you've escalated it because now the government is aware, and so like that's sort of why you were on this operation to start with. They've been actively trying to push back the Blade Cult. Your actions directly interfered with their plans.
I mean, you know, but like he
I
said,
feel-
they would
I
have
feel like
known up.
Harper at one point will just kind of shrug and be like, he seemed pretty cool about it.
He was surprisingly chill about the fact that he has to deal with you later.
He was surprisingly calm about murdering us.
Yeah, I mean, I feel
It
like
didn't seem
Harper's one of those people that's like, you're out here on these kinds of planets. You could die just going into a bar, for example, and getting super drunk. And so,
You know
I mean,
what?
he's kind of like, I mean, well, like, he's not saying this outside. He's more like just explaining the way he thinks about it is that he's alive in the moment and he'll deal with things as they come, so to speak. So he's kind of like, it's not that he has no care about it, but it's more he is kind of like, yeah, but I didn't die today. So there's still a chance.
There's a chance for you to die slower later.
Yeah. Death later is better than death now.
More time to party.
I mean, technically yes.
We all gotta die sometime. Might as well be later.
Thanks, Game Master, for that grim reminder of mortality.
Okay, so I guess Kat's downtime this week is double making sure that her thing is uploaded properly.
I mean, that's fair.
Like, excuse me, I am busy this weekend. Because you people are gonna get me killed. Actually, I'm more terrified that you won't get me killed at this point, because if they just keep us alive, it'll be so much worse.
So, Al is just observing the events going on at this point, and realizes that there's just lots of tension. So, to strike up a conversation, and because he's kind of been talking to himself anyways about details, he just goes, "So, what, what? I mean, we didn't get a report back from our dude, so
Our
mean-
dude.
he's having a hard time formulating words right now. Like, just because of everything that's happened. He's like, so, I mean, are we even safe here?
A good
He kind of
question.
looks at Kat.
Just saying that.
Al
She's
notices
gonna-
this and goes, Kat, are we safe here? You never heard his voice crack until this very moment. And it's real weird.
Kat's gonna be silent for a moment. And then she's just gonna say, right now, we are likely not safe anywhere. but until we hear more, we don't have reason to be killed by Barnett yet, as far as I can tell. We did the job as best as we can. He's not going to be happy, but there's not much we can do when the leader shows up himself. Like there's if we're lucky, he'll just want to like end the contract, and we'll have to figure out where we're gonna go from here. But unless we plan to up and flee the planet right now, I don't know what to tell you, and it's gonna be like the most uncertain. Kat has basically sounded this entire time. She does not have a plan. She doesn't have a witty retort. Nothing. She's just like, this is all I can figure. She's literally like just saying her thoughts.
Al nods and looks over at his, Rumi is there, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Apparently just tinkering silently.
Yeah, I'm just kind of keeping busy.
He looks over at Rumi, kind of not sure how Rumi is so cool in all of this, but realizing that, Rumi can bug out at any second. But at this point, we've had multiple encounters, and with the Masashi Blade cult, and they've probably figured out way more about us than we think they do. And so Al says, well, we could leave the planet, but I don't know how. I don't think we have the means. My ship is gone. It was gone the second I got here. This is really all I have at this point. And yeah, leaving the contract would be a double-edged sword. Be a blessing and a curse. But what constitutes punishment? I guess we have to figure that out.
Is that when they pull out the book for working for Holland to see what like corporate punishments are?
Is there a wheel we can spin?
Oh, God. I think what Al is trying to get at is he's not sure the kinds of punishment that happen in this world. He's familiar with the kind of punishment that happens in his, but he can deal with that, but he's not, he doesn't know. And frankly, as much as he tries to not, let it get under his skin, Barnett kind of freaks him out a little bit. And I mean,
I don't think Romy even really knows what was expected out of you guys, so she's kind of lost with the whole punishment thing.
Yeah.
So, part of your deal with Barnett, right? Like, ignoring whatever, like, the normal repercussions of breaking a contract are with Holland, right? Like, that's one thing. Barnett knows you have information about Holland that you aren't supposed to because he gave it to you. But
the kindness of his heart.
Yeah. The kindness of his heart. Yes, that was what it was. And that effectively you are using it as like not really blackmail, but like as a weapon against Holland, right? So like
weapon against certain individuals in Holland right now. It's not actually straight against Holland yet.
A bargaining chip.
It is against Holland though. Like like even if you are choosing to be judicious about it, right? Like ultimately it is.
Yeah,
you are against using it against Holland.
He equipped us with a weapon against Holland.
Yeah.
Which means that we could use it. which means we're a threat.
Yes. So regardless of whatever other punishment, he did sort of make it clear in his dealings with Al, which no one else was there for, but like,
That's why I was freaking the fuck out.
that if you hadn't taken the information, it would have been whatever. But you took the information. There is a certain expectation of, now that you have that information, you're sort of like,
We're in the conspiracy.
yeah. So to just like peace out
Yeah.
is not good, and there was sort of indirectly the implication that he probably wouldn't just let that go.
Mhm.
Because you've gotten something from him and you haven't paid it back.
Could we buy some time?
Well, this is purely like if they just like ditched and peaced
Yeah,
out.
no, we're not trying to ditch.
Right. But
It's
the
why
conversation came up, right? Like what would happen?
Something
gotcha.
you missed, Romy, was the very first time he called them, Kat kind of deliberately said in front of the phone when he supposedly had hung up on them, but like she did not leave the communication room. That like, well, she said to his face. That's right. She said to his face like, "Well, you can always fire us."
Yes.
So she's not been subtle about like being irritated at the contract, but since then she's behaved a little bit better.
Sure.
In terms of like when he actually delivered the information, she did not be snotty about it.
It almost sounds like y'all are in your contract against your will or something.
Gosh, I don't know how it sounds like that.
That would never happen.
So I think Kat is basically going to say, look, the fact is we did the best job that we could out there. We did take out a lot of Blade Cult.
We got intel on the leader.
I mean, debatable. But I don't know how much intel it was that, like, well, he showed up. That's how serious it is.
We can spin it as intel.
She's like, yeah, you haven't met our boss. But she's like, okay, I think our boss is probably kind of, he's a little bit of a bastard. But he's also a businessman, which means he's got to know there was no way we could take on the freaking leader of the Blade Cult. Like, that just was not going to happen. There was no way. Like, the fact that the leader even showed up was not in anyone's calculations for this to happen. So all we can really do is wait for him to get back on planet and see if there's negotiations we can make that would soften us having to run away there. But I don't think like his first order of business is going to be to erase us, though it could be. That could be a thing. Cat does not give pep talks.
Yeah.
Like,
Nevertheless, Al still feels better. You can see him physically relax after you give your reasoning, because he hadn't thought about it that way. Until now, he was just silently freaking out because he knows that we already fucked up before.
Yeah, she is fully prepared to have to grovel, and she does not like that she's fully prepared to have to grovel, but she liked meeting the Blade Cult leader even less. So,
he seemed like a nice, reasonable guy.
well, he didn't actually seem that bad himself, and in fact, he let us leave. there's something about like, it's like in Greek myth when Zeus shows up and he lets you leave, you're just like, you go like, thank you, you're awesome, Zeus. Even if you never thought Zeus was awesome before, you're still just like, you're awesome, you're the most amazing god ever, we're leaving now.
Fair.
Like, super nice to meet you. Never want to see you again. Have a good day.
Yeah, well, that's what she said to him. She was being so sincere at that moment.
Like, I never want to see you ever again, but have a nice day.
I really appreciate this interaction in which you did not kill us. There was not the killing of us, and you could have killed us. So I appreciate this immensely. Yo, swell. Let's never, ever, ever run into each other again. That'd be great. So yeah.
Man, Barnett probably wishes he commanded that level of respect from you.
I mean, she does respect him more than she does a lot of people, so that counts for something.
Barnett can kick sand.
I mean, she does, like, when it came to, like, the situation, she was like, I really don't want to piss him off, actually. Which is not normally her reaction to things. She normally doesn't care who she's pissing off. So she does at least care enough to be like, oh, pissing him off could go very badly for us. But not the level of Musashi, no. No.
Because one might just put you into an inconvenient space. The other one will just straight up murder you. And will probably hunt you to the ends of the earth to make sure that you stay dead.
Yeah, that's the catch. Like, it's not so much the threat of death that is like, okay, see, you have several options when fighting the Blade Cult, right? Like, you're obviously like, it's a fight to the death, right?
Yeah.
But death doesn't mean the end for them ever.
Right.
You come back and you fight again. So that means that like, it's just like this endless cycle of like, you don't really want to earn his respect because earning his respect means you've become like a rival. And that means you will never experience peace again. Ever.
A good chance of that.
So she was very much like, I am going to be polite. And that's exactly why she said the bit about like, we don't have the problem with running away. Because she was very much making sure that he did not see them as aligned with the Blade Cult in terms of like how they act. Because she did not want him to like even be like, oh, you've been giving me a lot of trouble. Maybe you're worth my time. It's like, no, we are not worth your time, dude. We are not worth your time.
It's like, I never want to be worth your time. I never want you to even think about me ever again.
Yeah, it's like, you should realize we are so beneath you that you should just like ignore us. Like, just like, we are the ants to the elephant. You just go on your way. Cool. This is an example of Cat not giving a shit about her pride if it keeps her alive.
Pride is overrated.
When it comes to this, yes. Personal pride versus combat pride, screw it, combat pride.
So yeah, that was their harrowing experience of the day. I think everyone learned a little something today. Maybe they didn't. I don't know.
Don't turn into a murder hobo.
I mean, I feel like that's an important life lesson in general.
Except he is a murder hobo, and he's doing just fine.
Is he though?
Isn't he?
I don't know.
He's definitely a little more complex. Otherwise, he would have murder hoboed us out of existence.
Yeah, he was perfectly okay just letting you leave. Murder Hobo would have just immediately popped in and murdered you and stabbed you in the face repeatedly. That's how people
Yeah.
play D&D.
I mean, true, but
Because, like, if we're being honest, D&D player Murder Hobo is, you encounter a man in the woods. I'm going to shank him and take his clothes.
so what is he? Neutral evil? Like, chaotic? Like,
Well, is he actually evil? He's a mercenary.
Yeah.
He's a paid soldier.
I don't think you get to be off the like evil scale if you literally hire murderers.
Fair. It's a fair argument to make.
I mean, I feel like that's a limit. Like you're not allowed to have a whole cult of murderers underneath you and still be like, I'm really good.
I mean, that doesn't make him good. That doesn't necessarily make him evil. That makes him kind of neutral.
Well, okay, so he might be new. Well, I said he could be like chaotic, neutral, whatever. I
Yeah.
don't know.
Right. Could be neutral. Don't know. You haven't really looked into
But-
him. I don't think you ever really want to look into him, but you haven't really looked into him.
I have a feeling he's going to be a problem in the future. So,
Possibly.
The mystery.
Yes. Unless someone wants to
Alright.
take a downtime action to research Masahiro Musashi.
Don't worry, the brains of the group, Alice got this.
I mean, I did that once, and it didn't work out too well for me.
Well, I mean, you didn't look up him specifically. You sort of looked up what his organization was doing on the planet, which is a little less specific.
Do we get character-specific bonuses when we do that?
It depends specifically on how you're doing that. It does give you advantages on certain things that you can leverage later, potentially, depending on what specifically you're asking about.
I do have like a +4 to investigate.
I do feel like, for the record, Kat would, like, I know he never responded to the last one because he's busy, but like she would send Barnett a politely worded email explaining what happened.
Sure.
And she would actually like give him the details this time. She would not be like trying to be cute about language. She'd just be like, "Look, he fucking showed up," and we had handled everything up to that point. But she would explain this like the fact he was using a scout mech, but she didn't think it really was going to make that much of a difference. And
It's like you're confident that he would have whooped you.
yeah, actually, because like I said, I don't. It's like the stereotypical anime trope. Just because the freaking swordsman got caught while he was like bathing does not mean he's suddenly like incapable of fighting.
Very true.
And so that's kind of like her mentality. It's like he has so much innate skill and potential ability from what she can understand. That's like yeah, that was not a fight she wanted to have. So plus there was no proof that he wouldn't be like, well, okay, I said you were gonna die then, and then he would disappear and like do orbital bombardment of like weapons, and it's like, well, they're all dead. Good, awesome. You know, like
Yeah, there was in fact no proof that he wouldn't just like bombard the crap out of the valley.
yeah,
True.
like because like the truth is that like with his attitude and the attitude of the Blade Cult is that like they had that weird honor thing going on, which means if he didn't consider them worth even, you know, killing personally, he could have just like bombed them and then later seen what happened and shown up to kill them again. You know, like it's like there's no. So she would have just been honest in the report and be like, this is what happened. I'm not even gonna try to be glib. I'm just telling you why we retreated.
Alright. So you send him a little message, sort of like a
She's
follow-up
trying to be
report.
respectful. Yeah, she's trying to be respectful because she knows they fucked up.
I mean, that's
Trying to be
fair.
respectful.
Yeah.
And like be like, I'm letting you know like all the details, even the details we didn't necessarily put in the Holland report. and you can decide whether you're going to include this in the Holland report, whatever.
Sure. So that's like the end of that mission, right? Like filed reports, decided what you're going to inform your boss about. Romy has no such requirements and basically did their job. So good for Romy, I
I didn't
guess.
see Romy hanging around to fight the dude.
I mean, Romy's
I
job was to
tried.
support you technically, and they supported you, and then you withdrew. So
Tried
technically,
to challenge him.
God game.
Next time it'll be a dance off.
do we call that a challenge? I don't know if we would call that a challenge.
Like, actually, no, you tried to show off to him. You did not actually challenge.
Well, that's how you start the challenge. You have to step up.
Magical.
Are we having a dance off? Like that? Is that the goal here? You dance off the boss?
I can
I
do
mean,
some pretty cool break dancing in that mech.
I was gonna say, like, out of anyone's mech, the Hydra kind of has the advantage on the dancing.
I don't know, the goblin popping up at the end, that would be pretty cool to close it out.
Yeah, it would be an experience for sure.
He would just be like, I don't even know what the fuck to make out of you.
Especially if you
people."
were like attached to me and you just came out of nowhere and they were like, whoa, that would be amazing.
It would be something, all right.
He would have been stunned and we could have taken him out.
I mean, you could believe that if you'd like. That would have stunned him. Sure. It would have surprised him for certain.
He'd be like, "Do we really want?" It would end the campaign because he'd be like, "You know what? I don't think we want whatever in the water on this planet.
It's like, why am I wasting my time with these guys again?
This planet is not apparently healthy."
It's a silly place.
I wasn't aware we were going to Camelot.
Okay.
Alright, so that wraps up that counter. Means you get to pick your downtime actions. At least if anybody wants to pick them right now. Technically don't have to. But since we're here and we have the time, certainly an option.
Yeah, we've come all this way. So I'm gonna roll for get a damn drink. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Like, it's been a day, I've seen some shit, I'm done.
What page is it on the thing?
53.
53. Yeah, that getting a drink thing is a bad deal. We're not
I mean, good role playing.
It was good role playing. It added some flavor. We needed some flavor. We needed a reason for them to bond before going into their first mission as basically a pair. Yes. But thankfully I didn't shed you like I shed my clothes. Oh wait, I did. You got knocked off twice basically.
Well, one time was my fault, so that one wasn't that one time I got stunned and fell off, so.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so do I have to spend the downtime to update the death cloning thing?
I will say no because it's still valid. It's good until you die.
I didn't want to like find out, like, I didn't want my character to die and you'd be like, "Oh no, you didn't spend your downtime." I'm like, oh, okay.
It's good till you die. You haven't died yet.
Yet.
That's what I said. Yet.
Okay, so get focused. We can. So as far as I understand, we can actually make up an ability too.
Yeah. The abilities that they give you
Magic trick.
are effectively they're just points of reference. They're the easiest ones because they're pre-explained, but you can come up with something as long as it doesn't just fall into the realm of another one. It's perfectly fine.
Okay. Well, she's not gonna try to lead or inspire. Because we have seen what happens when she tells people what's going on.
Ah, it's fine.
I think what Al's going to do narratively for Get Focused is he realized the effectiveness of not just attacking with brute force, but by attacking the systems of other mechs as well.
Okay.
And for his Get Focused, he'd want to, I think, study with Cat potentially to learn more about better ways to catch others unaware and get into their systems and cause more havoc. So I think Al is going to, even though he is, not necessarily, a man of the world, as it were, he still understands logic for the most part and would like to delve more into tech. Specifically, he'd want to get better at, identifying weaknesses and exploiting them. So I'm not, and when it comes to not, what's someone's physical weakness, but an opponent's maybe psychological or technical weakness. So I don't know how you would factor that into the Get Focused for the trigger. Because he realizes that he often loses insight and would like to learn more logical ways to figure out better ways to psych out and take advantage of an opponent's weakness.
So you'd like to come up with a new trigger, basically.
Yeah. As opposed to just adding to something that I already have.
I mean, you could take one that exists already.
And I mean, he might, go through and ask others for help, but he doesn't trust anybody outside of his team at this point. So
you're sort of trying to say he's trying to become more adept at tactical approaches to things, right?
right, because he's already good at, for lack of a better term, brute force and murder hoboing and applying fists to faces, et cetera, et cetera.
I mean, that does sort of count as like read the situation, right? Like that's your ability to analyze and
right. Right. But I think that he feels that he's not able to do it as effectively. Like, yeah, I could add it to read a situation, but narratively, he'd want to study with Cat to, be better at picking up, nonverbal cues when it comes to, the way people might be thinking or the way they might be trying to deceive you. So I think, yeah, we could use read a situation as the trigger for that, or potentially investigate if you wanted to use an existing trigger.
investigate's not quite right.
Yeah, because it's more like puzzles and stuff like that.
I would say that definitely would count as read the situation. Anything I'm thinking of technically is covered by read the situation.
Okay.
Like you could be more specific, but the problem is like being more specific. You take whatever bonus is better, right? So like generally it would still fall under like read the
Right. And
because like calling a bluff, right? Like is that still technically reading a situation? Or
right.
like read the room. Like if you walk in a room, try to figure out what this it's technically still read the situation. So yeah, I would. You know you have a choice. You could be read a situation or spot. Because spot is also about picking out fine details a little bit more specifically.
Right, but that's not in relation to a person so much as it is in relation to
It's finding things
your
that are hidden.
surroundings.
Yeah.
Right.
So yeah, it would probably still be situation.
Yeah, I think that the way I'm doing it narratively, it's going to be more read a situation because he's not looking for like, investigation or, other stuff particularly. He's trying to figure out how to interact better with people and maybe manipulate them better, to his needs when possible.
Yeah.
To the team's needs because he wants to be better at that and he knows he's not.
Sure. Yeah, that would. Yeah, that's definitely. I think like you don't need to come up with another one like that. I think that is 100% the situation.
Okay, so I've added my bonus, and I'm good with that then. So I'm at a +4 for Rita's situation then.
Okay. And the zoom
And
level on just trying to adjust the stream camera view of the thing, and it does percent. Anyways, yeah. So read the situation. That's perfectly fine. You spend the time to get focused. That 100%, 100% applies.
okay.
Yeah. You spend some time introspectively evaluating everything that went down.
Right. I mean, the problem is, also like the Blade Cult isn't very talkative. Like, who talked to us? The leader.
Yeah.
Turns out the leader is the most charming one.
I mean, that makes sense from several angles.
Yeah.
How is Harker not our leader though? Then
You do
Hey.
not want Harker as your leader.
Because Kat is the
It's
one you guys
survival
keep
in-
making decisions.
Al makes decisions.
Saying that's
well,
wrong,
the
but
only
that's a little
one
wrong.
who hasn't gotten them hunted down or in a bad contract is Kat.
Right.
Exactly.
Al made a decision. It wasn't a good decision, but it was a decision. And that's why Al, narratively, is deferring to Kat because he's not deferring to Harker. That's for sure.
Why not? His decisions have totally worked out. Up until the point you realize that the leader of an entire organization has him on the shit list. I mean,
Yeah.
that's just a small thing.
He is.
Fine. It's fine.
I know who you are.
No, I mean like that whole that was that was badass of Masashi. Whole just pointing throughout the visibility and being like, I know who you are. Like it's like not even like he didn't even apparently if he did a scan, none of us noticed. Because he saw who Harker was behind the Mac.
Yep.
It's like, isn't that scary as hell? Like,
Well, I mean,
Cat's just over there going like, no, do you guys realize how, like, what he just did? Do you realize what he just did?
He can see invisible people.
And, like, it past the mech. Like,
Yeah, it was that was not good. What was with the
What was
agility
it?
save?
You trying to do card tricks again?
I just accidentally hit a button.
I mean, we'll say that was like a double lift or something. I'm good with that.
I mean, except for that doesn't work because that's an agility check on the mech, not on the pilot.
I was doing it with the mech before.
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. So who's next?
On the upgrading, on the whole, like, the section, since we now have a third license, right?
You will. So you can plan around the fact
Right.
that you will. Just I'm not gonna make you guys do all the planning for that right now.
Right, but we are. Like, that's what we're doing, right?
Yep.
I mean, not. Okay. Oh, cool. Okay. I was looking at the Goblins Wink 3 stuff.
Don't forget, you guys wanted a narrative mission next month, so you won't even get to use your mechs.
I know, but I can still, like, admire how freaky the Goblins Wink 3 things get.
Yeah, that's true. Everyone's rank 3 stuff. There's some cool stuff in
Yeah.
everyone's thing.
How much in-game time is there going to be between now and the narrative mission? Or do we not know yet?
It'll be about a day.
Man, this thing moves fast. We even get a week off.
No. Because Holland doesn't give you time off. Don't forget, your first mission there was a fair amount of time between missions.
It was like a week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Holland's just like, no.
Holland's like, you didn't even kill the leader of the Blade Cult. What do you think you get?
Yeah, Holland's not giving you a rest. That's sort of a thing about Holland. But like when you were working at your own leisurely pace, like you had downtime. Like it's just that Holland's just like, no. It'll be
Oh my
like a day or
God.
two probably. Like it may not
I-
necessarily be a day, but it'll be real fast.
The Goblin Wing 3 stuff kicks ass. I was looking to see whether I should dip into another mech right now, and I'm like, no, I need the Wing 3 stuff.
Everyone's mech is a little different. Like some of the mechs are much better when you start crossing out other things.
I
The
get celestial shackles.
I mean, it's good.
Mark
You
a
do like
space your
shackling stuff.
mark a space your target currently occupies. If they leave the effective space, once at any point during your turn, you may take a free action to teleport them back to that space or as close as possible, ending this effect. So I can just go like, it's basically Scorpion Skid over here.
Well, I mean, it's on your turn, so like they still get to finish what they were doing, but you just sort of lasso them
Right, but I
back.
can be like, I'm like, no, you're getting back over here. Thank you.
Yeah.
Awesome. I love it. I don't regret getting the goblin at all.
And then they'll be like, roll a sensor check. No, you didn't. Or something like that.
Nope, that's a specific
No, they-
wasp ability.
They can an effective character can attempt to succeed on a system save as a quick action to end the effect, but they still get yanked back.
Well,
So
it's for them to well, no, the way it works is until the end of that encounter, once on your
Right.
turn you can teleport them. They can choose
They
to
can get rid of
make
it.
they can choose to make a system check to get rid of it. Once they get rid of it, you can't teleport them anymore. You have to do it again.
yeah. But I mean they have to get rid of it. It's
Yes.
not like they can just be like, no, I'm just ignoring that.
But it is a
Nope,
check
nope.
against whatever your save score is, which right now is fairly high.
Yeah.
Say right now.
And the hole into the duat is awesome too.
Yeah, your save is 12, so it's pretty high.
The hole into the duat. I get to make 4 gates. If I can hit them
Yeah.
4 times.
Yep, your gradual increasing ability to mess with them.
The fourth gate, your target changes allegiance temporarily, becoming an allied character until the end of their next turn. They treat your allied characters and hostile characters as their own, and are treated as an allied NPC for activation in turn order.
Yep.
Yes.
So who's next for their downtime?
Still trying to figure out what to improve.
Okay.
I mean, like, if you want me to stop lusting over the goblin, I guess I can try to figure that out.
I mean, do that later.
While you're figuring that out, by the way,
Yep.
I just want to mention that as my pilot talent, I am going to be taking I'm Your Huckleberry.
Oh, so you're doing that?
Yes.
Okay.
So it'll help both of us the next time we have a mech mission. So I am choosing Cat as my pilot. So
Okay.
and if you have that talent, then it increases the accuracy, because any skill checks that either character makes while we're adjacent get +1, but if you have it too, it gives us +2 accuracy. It can't be increased further out of that, but I'm just saying I'll do it. So if you don't want to do it, you don't have to.
I chose something that would help you anyway. Let me check what I chose. I went ahead and went Sparta 3. Because where's my Sparta 3? I'm scrolling through. As a quick action, when you lock on, you may nominate an allied character adjacent to you. They may immediately make any quick action as a reaction, consuming your target's lock-on condition. Their action does not need to be an attack, but they benefit from consuming the lock-on condition if they do choose to attack.
Fantastic.
So it gives you a free one, and it gives you an attack, and it would consume my autopod. So.
And then if I take Huckleberry, then any skill check would also get +1 accuracy. So
yeah, so
cool. I'm also going to take that agility.
So I think I'll probably grab Huckleberry the next time around, or probably.
I'm also taking something that'll let us all synergize, but it's going to take some tactics to pull off successfully.
Word.
Because it involves people being within 3 spaces of each other.
Oh, you mean you can't hide behind crates on us?
No. Well, I can. I just need to have a line of drones to get to you.
And you people thought my NPCs were mean. Can you hear some of the things you're saying?
We are allowed to say it. We're on the same side.
You're implying that I'm against you as the game master. That's certainly not true.
I mean, I think that's actually kind of 90% of the point.
I'm here to tell a story with all of you.
In which you try to kill us.
If I was actively trying to kill you, worse things would happen.
Well, you would have succeeded. Yeah, I acknowledge that. I acknowledge that you're not fine. You're setting it out to make it difficult for us. For the sake of story. Is that a better descriptor for you?
I am throwing obstacles for you to overcome. I am helping you improve as characters.
No, you just had the leader of the Blade Cult show up and be like, run or die.
You could have fought him.
Run or die.
His attack profile was entirely passably a thing you could survive.
For how long?
I think we made the right character choices.
Could have beat him, in theory. I would have questioned your choices at the level of damage that you were at. You could have beat him.
No, all of us were half damaged except Harker. Maybe if we had gone okay, can we go repair our mechs before we have this discussion?
It's hey, can you hold on for an hour while we just...
We're just gonna go over there and talk about it.
We're gonna If it looks like we're fixing things, don't worry. That's
Clang, clang, clang.
it's purely natural. It's fine.
Stalking. Don't
Um,
mind us.
Christ.
I'm trying to look at like the. I feel like Kat would be spooked enough that she would want to research him. She would.
Okay.
Not breaking into any offices, but through hacking. She would be like.
Okay. Let me see. What is your best choice of action here then?
I'd like to clarify, she's not trying to find out deep, dark secrets, but she is trying to find out what the Union apparently is like, what they're apparently hiding about him, and like, stuff about him in general, Like, she is not Googling how to kill Musashi.
I mean, you
I
could
just want to be
certainly
very
Google that.
clear. I mean, I think I just want to make it very clear that she is not antagonistically researching here. She is just trying to figure out what the hell is going on.
I'm going to
why,
say that is still technically going to be a gathered information roll.
Okay. So just a roll 20, or
Yes, that is just a straight. Give me a d20. You will get information. The consequences of that will vary. So if you look at the thing on page 53, if you get a 9 or less, you get into trouble, or you get nothing and avoid trouble. I will say the trouble won't be too bad. It's not going to be like, it's not going to be anything
what
quite as bad as,
did I roll that right?
yeah, you did roll that right. You got a 3.
Yeah.
So as I was saying, if you roll 9 or less,
The hack and fix should be counting for me. I'm trying to do the hacking.
on a 9 or less, choose 1. You get what you're looking for, but you get in trouble straight away, or you get out now and avoid trouble. I will say the trouble that you're going to get will not affect you immediately. It might come back to bite you in the future, but it won't be immediately an issue.
No, if she sees alarms, she is backing the fuck out.
So to contextualize this, while you're looking into him, it requires you to break into places you're not supposed to with the Union systems. You will get in trouble with the Union.
Oh, well, then in that case, it's fine.
You're doing all this on a computer?
She's got her own
Yeah.
personal terminals.
Apparently,
Yeah.
at least, yeah. I'm doing all this on a computer, but I don't get to use my hack and fix.
That doesn't make much sense.
I know.
Eh.
Not that it would have saved me, because I rolled a 3, so it still would have been a 9. But, and my hack and fix would have only upped it by 6. But still.
So yeah. Basically, you have to. So, I previously mentioned that no one knows anything about Masahiro Musashi. Like, he's basically dead to the world. Like, he exists in the sense that people are aware that, like, there's a person named Masahiro Musashi. But, like, beyond that, no one really has anything solid and concrete about him. So the reason that is, as you go digging and diving and the research that you do, is that the Union has effectively erased him off of record. And the reason that the Union has erased him off of record is that because he is an operative from a part of the Union's history that they would rather not talk about. So, like as I mentioned, like the Union changes governments fairly frequently, and even though the current Union government is generally like pretty good. Like they're comparable to like Star Trek's Federation, but with like a little bit more moral complexity because we didn't all become space communists. Um,
Right.
he is a Black Ops operative for the Union. So they expunged his existence off record because they'd rather not admit that that was a thing. So you find actually a couple of interesting things. You know what? Actually, give me a hack and fix. Okay. So the Musashi Blade Cult is originally founded from the people from his Black Ops team.
Hmm.
And the core, like the upper echelon members of his organization, right? They're all the remaining like living members of Black Ops team. What happened is, so these guys are actually way older than they appear. They've been cryo-frozen a few times, and obviously through like faster than light travel, there's like the inherent issue of like relativistic speeds affecting your aging and all that stuff. So these guys are actually fairly old. They're technically a few thousand years old. Technically.
Okay.
But like between cryo freezing and like relativistic travel, they're only in like their 40s.
Mm-hmm.
Effectively, what happened is during a Black Ops mission, they were caught. They had to fight their way out, but because they were caught, effectively the mission failed. Like it caused a big issue, and so they were burned. Officially speaking, so like all record of them existing and everything about the operation expunged. So that's sort of how they became a mercenary group, right? That's how they sustained themselves after the fact. And since then, they've sort of developed this mercenary group that kind of expanded into something else. It was never a cult originally, it was just a military force, right? So he's former military running a mercenary group that sort of got away from him. Not in a bad way, but like it sort of blew up into something bigger.
Right.
Um,
He didn't set out with like.
right, like at no
or
point was he
anything.
ever like, I'm gonna lead a group of
I'm gonna
crazy
get
fanatics. Yeah. So he's a very particular man who tends to be up until the mission where he got caught out, like something out of his control as well, right? Like it wasn't like his plan messed up, just like something happened and he got caught. And he still completed the mission. It just wasn't to the satisfaction of his superiors.
Gosh, I don't know what that feels like.
Yeah. So like this is a guy who is methodical, precise, and calculating.
Hmm.
But the thing that he's most known for is that he doesn't use ranged weapons at all. Like at no point in his career has he ever used a gun. Like he's trained, he's carried, but like his mech preference, right, is purely melee. And he became a master at what he did. And the reason that the Blade Cult became as big as it was is sort of like it's like the myth, like the whole like there's like Paul Bunyan myth and like all that stuff.
Yeah.
Like people who become larger than life, and that story sort of gets away from them. So the Blade Cult, he's not stupid, right? Like he knows that for him to survive as he is, he needs a military force. Just impossible for
Right.
him to survive. So the reason that he hires all these crazy fanatics is because they're useful for him as grunts and ground troops. So they sort of believe in this mythical version of this like impossible to kill, like crazy berserker that just like rushes in and like, you know, destroys everything in his path. It's not entirely inaccurate, but he tends to operate well as a unit, so it's him and his trusted team, and they sort of amplify each other's performance. But he's okay letting people believe that he's this crazy, like, psychotic warrior that just like charges in the battle and like screams bloody murder and just like slaughters everyone in his path. And so that is why the Blade Cult is the way it is. Because the crazy people who believe his myth and want to become him sign up and try to be him. That's why the tendency for the Blade Cult is that like all the mechs are melee, everyone throws themselves away in the battle, because everyone believes that's how he lives his life. It's not entirely inaccurate, right? Like his battle record speaks volumes about like his capability in combat. But that is actually not how he or the core group of the Blade Cult actually operates. They're all like specialists, precision operatives. They're like Wetworks operatives. The Union actually has a pretty comprehensive file on them. So like even though the Union has like expunged their record, they have an idea of what he's doing. He's got a threat level assigned to him. Like on a sliding scale, they're actually considering him a pretty significant potential threat. But the reason they don't do anything is because within like core Union space, he is technically just an operating mercenary. The Blade Cult itself operates on the fringes of Union space, like the bulk portion of it, right? So like the crazy cultists and things, you don't see them in core space. Musashi's not stupid enough to just let them go rampant like bloody murder everywhere. He sort of has them establish bases and then sort of lets them run on like the off worlds where it doesn't really matter as much. And he uses them as fodder when he needs to, when he does like bigger operations. You do have a picture of him.
Okay, so we kind of know what he looks like, but at the same time, so I thought you said that there were no pictures of him, technically.
There weren't. The Union has expunged all records of him. She's hacked into a Union database.
Which means he's in trouble with the Union. But
she doesn't care.
Like I said, if Kat wasn't already in trouble with the Union, what the hell has she been doing? It's like she's a hacker. Not avoiding trouble with the Union is kind of like.
Okay, so that throws my theory out of the water then.
That it was different people.
Well, I was thinking mysterious. We don't know what his face looks like. Maybe he's Barnett, but that would have been too easy.
You thought your boss was the head of the Blade Cult?
Listen, I read a lot of really shitty novels, so anything is possible.
I could have seen that. I couldn't have seen that being with a particular boss, but like I could have seen that being a twist. You know, like not necessarily with the boss we have. Like I feel like he's definitely not the type to be like, yeah, I'm gonna like be in the middle of the battlefield.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that is as far as you know, a quote unquote recent photo of him. Obviously, like, you know, that was maybe a year or so ago for him, but like in like actual time, that might have been like 100 years ago.
Yeah. Yeah. It's Final Fantasy looking motherfucker. He looks like he looks like a Genova's Witness.
Sure. Praise be the Hojo.
I mean, yeah, like if you had said that I was going to be in trouble with the Blade Cult or something, I would have been like, no, she does not investigate this then.
The Blade Cult
Not...
doesn't super have a whole lot of information on him anyway. Because that doesn't make sense for him.
He's like the myth. Yeah,
Yeah,
he's the
like,
myth.
the more that they know about him, the less useful they are to him. So you weren't gonna get anything about him
Yeah,
from them.
no. But I was just like, that. Yeah, but with the Union, it's like I feel like from the beginning, the way I played Kat is that she kind of expects the axe to be falling from the Union at any point. So it's not more ammo against her is not something that phases her. She's just like, yeah, no.
It's like they hate me. What's new?
Yeah, it's
Alright, so
long term.
yeah. So that is your get information. So you now have a reserve to your list of further reserves. I think you're the only person who's acquired reserves so far. Well, that haven't been used. Technically, Harker used his. You now have information on Masahiro Musashi that you absolutely should not have.
Yay! Wait.
Well, that's a hacker's job.
Yeah.
I mean, like literally, what is a hacker supposed to do if not have information they're not supposed to have?
Yeah, that is true. So there is a note that I put on the handout. Like he was Masahiro Musashi the Broken Blade, and that is because his former operative title was just the Blade. So he's sort of taken that to heart. Like when they burned him, he made something of it.
So basically, the Union were being assholes, and this doesn't surprise Kat at all.
Yeah. I mean, as far as you can tell, he took that burn in stride. Like, you don't know, but like,
yeah.
he probably suspected. You could probably suspect that he probably didn't disagree with them. Like, he probably accepted that he fucked up. It wasn't his fault, but he still fucked up. And it does strike you from like his service record, which is basically impeccable otherwise, that he was just sort of like, yeah, fair. Because he does continue to operate like, quote, legally as a mercenary in Union space, so like he doesn't seem to especially have a problem with the Union. Like, he does not seem to be flagrantly disregarding Union laws in core space. Like, you do sort of get the sense that like he doesn't particularly care about like the rim and like, you know, the outside of the core influence. Like, he probably considers that just like wildland. But in terms of just like his thing toward the Union, he probably doesn't like them, but he doesn't have anything against them. So when they burned him, he probably just took it in stride and just went, well, okay. I need a new job now.
It's just sort of a professional acknowledgement that
Yeah.
he screwed up.
That also explains a little bit about why the behavior of like the two guys, like the two elites, behave differently, and why like his behavior was also completely different.
And why he was actually relatively chill about it being found out, because it's like he doesn't seem like someone who throws a fit over.
Yeah, so like he made a tactical error, and now he's just going to correct it. Yes.
But he's not gonna like be like, I have to throw a hissy fit and throw
Right.
bombs.
It's
now.
like, oh, well, I made a mistake. Now I have to fix it. So he's gonna go fix it. That's why he's on the planet.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yep. He's gonna fix the problem. Fixing the problem, Peter. Just fixing the problem.
Yeah. So you've learned a couple of things. You learned who Masahiro Musashi is, and you can probably safely assume that he is here because he is fixing a problem. The question is, what is the problem that he's fixing? Because, you know, arguably he didn't seem particularly perturbed by you. Like, he's acknowledged that you are a mercenary doing your job.
Like the problem. The people hiring us are apparently the problem.
Like, you've caused him problems, so that's sort of like an inconvenience. But like, he's acknowledged that, you know, that's not necessarily your fault
Well,
yet.
Yeah, but I mean, like, we're still not above like being useful to him. So I mean, beyond potentially being useful to him in the future. So until we cause him problems to the point where he's like, "No, I just need to fucking kill you."
Yeah.
I mean, like, okay, that makes yeah, no, he makes sense. Cat's probably like, damn, I don't even think I dislike him, but I dislike his damn cult.
Yeah.
I dislike his grunts. And also I dislike dying. So
Yeah.
Yeah. It could be said, um, his grunts are sort of like applying a hammer to somebody in combat. Like, that's how they operate. That's how they behave. He's kind of like, he comes in and like, he's the guy with like the shiv that just like comes up behind you and kills somebody before they realize it, and then just like leaves. So that's sort of his way of operating versus like how the rest of the Blade Cult operates.
So I mean, like, essentially he was actually being super polite in landing in a huge sonic boom.
I mean, you're not sure how that could say, like, given the fact that he made an orbital descent on like a high-speed mobility suit, chances are that's just a consequence of like the suit that he was using, right? Like,
Yeah, but I mean, like, the fact is he didn't.
he chose to make his appearance known.
No, yes, we could have gotten like ambushed completely
Yeah.
because he.
So
if he
from
was
his
put on
combat
Black
record,
Ops,
yeah. So from his
it's
combat
like-
record, if he really wanted you dead, he would have just made you dead.
and before we even knew he was a thing,
Yes.
we wouldn't even know who killed us.
He gave you the courtesy to introduce himself.
Yes. So, in other words, he has been perfectly polite as far as he goes right now.
Yes. He hasn't considered you a target to eliminate necessarily. He had a conversation.
I mean, you know what? I'll take that. I will take that.
Yeah.
It's like, no, that's fine. That's a completely fine outcome in the level of, oh hell, what do we get ourselves into? Like, it's that would actually make Kat feel a little bit better because it's a little bit less of like, but he could just kill us tomorrow. You know, like the Princess Bride quote: "Sleep well, good job. I'm just elected to kill you tomorrow."
Eh.
It's like, well, he hasn't indicated that. If that's the way he chose to handle the situation, then he's probably not just gonna kill us tomorrow.
Good chance.
Like, we have to do something more to get him to kill us tomorrow. So
Yeah.
that's a comfort.
Alright, so that's 2 downtimes. Who's next?
Could I get creative and add manipulators to my personal drone?
I mean, yes, you could. I feel like that's not something you necessarily take a downtime for.
Just can't think of anything else to really do.
Because I don't think like your drone being able to do things is like an inherent like inability, right? Like,
Okay. I'll have to keep thinking.
I mean, if you'd like, you could delay until next session. That's fine.
Yeah. Might be worth doing that.
I mean, get creative is how I came up with the whole like, she's gonna try to hack the death clone thing.
Yeah, I just don't know what I would be ultimately trying to do yet.
Yeah, that's fair. I believe that just leaves us with Harker.
So, when Harker has kind of like, issues that he's dealing with or tension that he's dealing with, one of the things he tends to fall back on is going really, really fast, which is part of the reason he initially became a bit of a pilot when he first left home. So he's probably going to go out in the city and find some sort of vehicle, and actually is going to be a get focus to improve the get somewhere quickly.
Okay. That's certainly fair a use of that. So yeah, you are now trained in the ability to get somewhere quickly. With money. I guess.
He probably found some sort of race, some back alley somewhere.
Sure, why not? Right? Like, you have a vehicle that you can reliably get somewhere quickly. We'll say that counts for most things, or at least he's learned to acquire vehicles to get somewhere quickly. Maybe he's just really good at hot wiring cars now. I don't know.
Working on his piloting skills.
It's like I can hack and fix things too. It's like you just jammed the screwdriver into the ignition. It's like that's hacking.
Oh man. There's a back alley street race next to fucking back alley countdown. It's a poll for only me.
All right. So that's most everybody's downtime. As I did say, you do get a license level for completing today's encounter. I don't know if anyone has any questions about that.
I'm already done leveling up, so.
Yeah, I did. I have to move it onto my sheet, but I'm going to do that later.
Yeah, CompCon's great like that.
Yep. I now have the frame that keeps me from being knocked prone by anything smaller than me, so there's that.
There you go.
Because I hate that. I hate it.
You've decided that NPC class needs to be dealt with, and you will never have to deal with this nonsense ever again.
I don't want to have to deal with anything knocking me prone. It increases my size by a factor of 1/2, but I'm already a big boy, so I just can't get knocked over.
You're
now.
size 2.5. There are size 3 things.
Oh wait, no. I would be size 2.5 now. I forgot I wasn't size 3.
Yeah.
Wait, I thought it said on CompCon that I'm size 3.
It might be rounding up, so that might be how CompCon decides that it treats that.
Oh, okay. I guess I'm a size 2.5 now.
Well, I guess I mean if CompCon's is 3, then it's 3. So that means we're gonna have to adjust your footprint a little bit.
Yeah, I'm a 7 hex boy now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just love the fact that you literally did something that upgraded you over the size of my mech.
Yeah, you're a size half. Now he's a size 3. Now he's super big.
It's literally just like, I'm just gonna hide behind its elbow for this attack. Like
I mean that helps.
The goblin just scurries under his arm when the like a bombing one is happening.
They knock you over because you're just like a sphere now.
It's because he's just too big.
Just
I'm
a
like a walking bunker.
he's just a big
Knocking
mech.
him over
It's
is
fine.
like knocking over a building.
Like a weeble.
Yes. Except I don't even wobble. I just don't fall at all.
Wait, so what did you take? Did you take the core bonus?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Yep. I was. Here's what I was gonna do. I was thinking, maybe I'll get the Sharanga missiles as a regular weapon, and then I realized that I could do that, or I could just triple up on becoming "Don't come within 3 spaces of me," boy, and I did that instead.
Now, you could have gone with Sharangas. And there's an interesting thing you could have done with Sharangas, because if you go 3 in and you don't have a focus on a thing, you can take the GPSN, a GMS rather, GMS core bonuses instead. And one of the fun things you could have taken is the integrated weapon mount. Get a free auxiliary weapon that fires for free anytime you fire another weapon. So you could have gotten an automatic firing shotgun.
Shit, that does sound pretty good.
Crap, I don't know which core bonus to pick for Goblin.
I mean, for what you're doing,
There's 3 of them that are kind of really good.
there are 2 that I would immediately recommend.
The Lesson of the Open Door is kind of amazing.
Yeah. The Lesson of the Open Door is probably the best one. And the other
That's the
one
I picked.
that I would suggest for what you're doing is probably Lesson of the Held Image.
See, I wasn't sure about Lesson of Disbelief.
Lesson of Disbelief is good later, because you stop being able to boost your E-defense after a certain point. So, like, as a last option, be like, oh, I need even more E-defense.
Okay.
But it's always useful, right? Like, because it's always a system check and saves bonus, right? Like, that's good. But like immediately now, Lessons of the Open Door and Lessons of the Held Image are good, because anything that gives you a free target lock and anything that gives you increase to your heat output and your save target is very good.
I feel like Lesson of the Open Door is going to be
The best.
it's the best, because the once per round the lock-on tech would be good like against like at the very beginning of a fight when there's like 10,000 grunts, you know?
Well, the reason that I say it is because the reaction is on your ally's turn. So if you were in a round of combat and like you were like, Harker, go first, as a reaction to Harker's activation, you can give Harker a target lock on something, which then can trigger your autopod.
Still takes one of your reactions, though, doesn't it?
You get one reaction on every person's turn.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, I took the open door because I figured something.
Right, so like
always gonna
she
help
can
me.
reaction to Harker activating. She won't be able to autopod that turn. Like that's sort of the trade-off, right? Like you can't double reaction.
Right.
But like that's sort of like the only downside, right? Like she can give Harker the target lock and just can't autopod off of it. But you can only autopod once around anyway.
Yeah.
So it's sort of not a big deal.
I mean, the other advantage of me doing a lock-on tech would be it's also an immediate scan.
Yeah.
So that's, but I feel like the save target increase.
Yeah, the save target increase is actually real big. That's actually going to allow you to screw over like most NPCs.
And I like screwing over most NPCs. So
I have a thing that lets me draw lines between me and other players and my drones, as long as they're not more than 3 spaces away from each other, and it gives all the targets 4 overshield. which seems like it would be really nice.
I really debated on the mech skills because I know I need health and stuff like that, but
Doesn't hurt to super specialize, honestly.
yeah, I know. That's why I went systems because I'm like, if I'm in a situation where I need the other things, I'm fairly screwed anyway. So,
There he is. There we go. I have to redo the token.
Yep. Now I will be centered again.
Yes, you will.
I also have a few new drones that need tokens. I'll figure those out, I guess.
Well, I have all the drones made up already.
You have the gas nexus drone?
Yep.
And the assassin drone?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Tempest drone?
Yep. Did you take all of them?
Yep.
Alright, I'll have to make those. I'll have to actually import those tokens later. Also, your grit went up, so your drones are what, 12 HP now?
Something like that. I need to figure out how to get this all on my sheet because it's all messed up now.
man, I have so many system upgrades.
You want all of them, though.
I know. So I think I'm gonna have to get rid of MetaHook.
Metahook is probably your
Well, I mean, like it's that or like not get the next system upgrade because I
Yeah.
only have one system. So I could get rid of personalizations, but I need that HP bad.
Yeah, I took hyperdense armor, so
Wow, the token that I made is basically already sized correctly for Okay.
for size 3.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
I just dropped it in. I was like, do I need to? No. I was just like, do I need to resize this? No, apparently I do not. It's fine.
So you basically just grew into your paws
Yep.
like a dog.
Borf. Clifford the big red mech. Oh man, I could rename the mech Clifford instead of the cassowary too.
To be Clifford like
I mean-
2.0 or something.
What are you naming the mech?
I kind of want to stick with cassowary, but I'm open to other big birds. I mean, like cassowary is a big bird, but I got bigger. What do I go with?
There's the big bird.
I mean, there is the big bird.
No.
Just make my mech yellow.
Snuffleupagus.
Like
The
I'm actually
Snuffleupagus is my
tempted.
imaginary friend that hacks from my back.
Yeah, that could be Harker Snuffleupagus. Since he's always vanishing.
Invisible.
I'm gonna show you how big your mech got. I'm gonna hop you back over to the combat scene real quick. See where cassowary is now. This is correctly scaled. That's
On me, ye mighty, and
That is just cassowary now. It got a
I am
little
the
bit
destroyer of
bigger.
worlds.
It just got a little tiny bit bigger. Let's get that camera in for the viewers at home. That is that is a little bit of a size upgrade. Just a little bit bigger.
I've graduated out of pull-ups.
I like that I plopped the token down and I was just like, do I need? No, apparently I don't. It's
Oh, your
it's
name's
done.
under you at least.
Uh,
Yeah, not like off to the side.
yeah, cassowary
Like look at that.
is
The goblin's just gonna stand on the top.
well no, see technically you
Yeah,
should
there.
be hold on, let's put him to the back so that you sit on top of him. There you go. Actually, you could just sit up here, and that still looks fine.
Like just straddling his head.
Just like I'm standing on the top of the mech. Yeah.
Apparently,
Can
the
she-
large.
Can
Go
she
on.
scramble around on different parts of his mech to make it so my little
I mean-
lasers can?
So technically, she just occupies the same space as his mech. So
Okay,
Meaning your
gotcha.
hacking range has just improved.
Just like, wait, no, I can't hack from this angle. Let me hold on. Let me go up here.
well, that doesn't count. It's the
No.
yeah, there you go.
I need to hack on this side instead of the side.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's the thing now.
So what does it mean to get the AI tag on your Mac?
Inherently it doesn't do anything. It does matter for certain effects for things. Certain things care about the AI tag. I think AI itself actually does anything.
Can't things hack into our mechs and take over the AI and make them go into that
Yeah, so they can cascade. That is a thing that
cascade
you can
thing?
do. I believe
So-
AIs don't cascade though.
Well, my AI, when I get it up to the 3rd level, it's like anti-cascade.
Does it start as an AI? Because I don't know if it necessarily starts as an AI.
My mech?
No, your NHP. Your NHP doesn't start as an AI, does it?
Mine does. It's like It
Okay.
goes from.
Well, I got an Osiris class NHP,
Yeah.
and it has I gained the AI tag.
Yeah. The AI tag I don't think by itself does anything. Other stuff works around it.
So like I lost my meta hook, but I want the Osiris class NHP. So
I think mine's a student class now. I forget what the class before that was.
well, this one lets me do the gates, and it's kind of really fun.
I mean, it's very useful. It depends entirely on what you're doing though. Like Osiris class is good if you're going offensive. Which is sort of where the two different mechs that you built versus what I built are going to diverge, right? Like because I went more support based because there wasn't a whole lot of support options that were in those pre-gen sheets. So you're leaning more toward offensive, which means that you're probably gonna start looking into some of the other mechs that are controller. Like you're gonna probably consider stuff from like the Hydra or even like probably not the SSC stuff, but they do have controllers as well, I think. I believe their controller is like physical combat based. I think most of the hacking stuff is going to be Horus. But there's a lot of Horus stuff for you to pick from.
Yeah.
Albatross, by the way.
Is that what we're going with now?
Albatross.
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 Yep. Alfred Aurora in the Albatross. Please tell me that you think I planned that, because I did not. It's the bird with the largest wingspan currently, so I think it's appropriate.
Yeah.
If I spread my wings, it's gonna be interesting.
Definitely having trouble picking between my weapons. I have one that takes 2 mounts. It seems like it would be really nice to have, but
So you should like this. My E defense now, as long as I'm not knocked off of you, is 17.
The unhackable fortress.
Don't say unhackable.
That's not unhackable, but
Yeah.
Even a 20 is not unhackable.
my save target is 15. My attack is +7, and my E defense is 17.
No.
You are going to give the NPCs a run for their money for a while, though.
That's the goal.
I mean, the other solution is they could just stop hacking you and just instead just shoot you.
Well, yeah, I know. That's why I have a huge shield.
Yeah.
Like that's the point of these two working together.
Yeah, I mean that's 100% fair.
Yep.
Like,
I am turtling up.
I mean, they would have trouble hacking me, but I have like a horrible heat capacity. So if they actually did get through, it would suck.
Yeah. I mean, like for example,
So
the shuriken does 3 heat when it hacks you.
yeah,
And it actually has a pretty good chance to hack you at a d20 plus 2.
Yeah.
So like I'm like that's the risk. That's the risk. But
Yep.
you have to calculate where you're taking the risk.
Yeah, that's fair.
And it's like right now, as we have it set up, it's best for me to probably go this route.
Yeah, that's fine.
Plus, I can die, so
Once. Get a free death once.
yes. If you don't think she's spending the next 2 weeks hacking that thing,
I mean, that's fair.
she's just like, especially.
She's like, every time I die, I'm going to try to fix that thing.
Yeah, no, she's gonna be like, and I'm gonna make backup, so my downtime actions are taken up for the next 2 months.
Alright, so a couple things going forward. I'm gonna be playing around with the way encounters are designed going forward a little bit. Try to press things down a bit. Cause like originally when we started, I was throwing less stuff at you, so it was okay for me to do like the just survival missions. You're gonna start seeing objectives a lot more. You're gonna have to start doing things other than combat soon.
Excellent.
Because that was really, really that was just me trying to get you guys used to the combat part of the system.
Yeah.
But now that that's up, stuff is gonna get harder. Like encounters are gonna get harder, but then conditions of encounters are gonna change. You're not gonna get straight like defeat the enemy missions quite as often anymore. You'll still see them from time to time. Like they'll be like boss battle type things. So I guess that means anytime you see that the objective is just to destroy the enemy, it's gonna be tough.
Okay.
You'll probably start seeing multi-part missions a lot more as well. They won't always be double narrative, double combat. So your next mission's actually going to start out narrative, but you will see combat as part of that. Not necessarily in the same session. We'll see how that goes. I will reconsider going from every other week to weekly, depending on how that goes. We'll probably do every other week still for a while. So like next session, and then the next session after that will be 2 weeks after that. This is sort of a freebie session. But people have expressed interest in doing weekly sessions, so we'll see how that works out with my schedule.
Yeah, but I don't want you to burn out either.
Yeah, like I said, we'll see.
Yeah, we don't have to do every single week.
The only reason I really pushed this week was because we were right at the end of that fight, and it drove me crazy.
Yeah, I mean that's fair.
So I'm not usually like, I want to do everything.
Well, I mean, it's not like it's the first time that people were like, I would like another week.
Well,
it has been mentioned a few times.
Enjoying your GMing.
Well, that's good.
Because if we weren't enjoying it, we wouldn't be pushing for more games.
That said, if we do continue with that, I do actually have a thing where I've been talking to some people to draft some ideas for sessions. I'll be running them, but we'll be running off of someone's script. To the extent of how much of their script is written, how much I'm winging it will probably depend on who I ask and whatever occurs. But So you may
And what
see
the hell we do?
some guest stories occurring.
Okay.
Fun.
We'll weave them around stuff because I'll be working with whoever I work on stuff with. But curious to see how that goes, because I tend to go a certain way with my story direction. It'll be interesting to have some people guest write episodes effectively, which going forward I'll probably start calling them episodes and titling them. That'll be fun.
We're gonna end up titling them. No, I was just gonna be smart ass. Never mind.
Go ahead.
No.
It's never stopped you before.
No, I was just. I was thinking of how Lucifer always uses every title of his episode. A character always says it, the title in the episode.
Oh, see, I hate that. That's
No,
unnecessary. I hate when people do that in shows and movies, and they're like, "And this is the title of the thing."
no, they don't do it like that though. Like if you actually watch Lucifer, it's like it's more they wrote the episode and then
Titled it afterwards.
they were like, "This is a really snarky joke. We're using that." It's like yeah, they definitely did, but that way you always kind of like you're kind of just like feeling like how the fuck is that title gonna fit in? Like it's like I don't even, but they always make it work. Like it always works.
So
I mean, it's
yeah.
an interesting idea, but what if we kill that person before they get a chance to say the title?
Yeah, that's the problem
No,
with
but, like,
non
if he
things.
yeah, I mean like he'd have to title it afterwards. It'd have to be like the YouTube titles.
Yeah.
And it could be just something like that one week, like what the hell is this? And reference to the garlic. Right?
God.
The garlic press.
Like just pick really absurd moments to choose.
So your next mission is going to be narrative. Start. I'll let you guys know what the mission is now. Basically, Holland is sending you out into the waste. You are going to be transporting. You remember how like when you were working for Kirsch, how there was that whole thing where they had like regular fleets of like cargo going out and like they had corporate security escorts, and the whole thing about this episode was that the Blade Cult was ambushing corporate security cargo going through the pass. Well, you've technically freed up the pass. They don't know how long that's going to be the case, so they're sending you out on a shipment. So you will be escorting a cargo haul out into one of the towns.
But not in our mechs.
You will be in your max because that's part of the escort thing.
Okay.
But they're not foreseeing any problems because the town itself is relatively unimportant in the sense that it's a former mining town, so it's not even actively being used for mining anymore. But there's a settlement there. So it's people who
Gotcha.
basically have chosen not to move out of the town. So you are providing a resupply, like they've paid for it, so they're still earning a living, but it's not an important town. So it's not something that would normally get raided.
Unless we brought the boss of the Braid Cult to the planet for some reason, and he's very interested in what's going on.
I mean, that's entirely plausible. But you know, the only thing that they've mentioned about the town is that it has a bit of a worm problem. They don't really elaborate on what that means. and most of you aren't native to Wayfar. So, I imagine none of you know what that means.
I mean, Cat's native.
Oh yeah, she is.
No.
No, she's not. She's not from Wayfar. She's been living on Wayfar. But I guess she has been here long enough that she would know what that means.
I mean, like I think she's been here like 15 years.
Yeah, like she's been here long enough. Like she wasn't born on Wayfar, but like she lives on Wayfar. Yes.
She considers Wayfar like her home as much as she'll admit to any place being her.
Well, so here's the thing. This is not a thing you have experienced, because you've
Well,
mostly
no.
lived in
She's
Eden.
not going out to hang out on the waste.
Right.
No.
So like you've mostly lived on Eden, but so they have a worm problem. That actually means there are these creatures. They're basically gigantic sand, like armor-plated sandworms. And they tend to
Size?
roost. Size?
Yeah, are we talking like Tremors or Dune?
Oh, they're the size of your new mech. Fully grown.
Oh.
The
So we're
spice
talking
must
worm
flow.
gods.
Yeah, that like when they say we have a worm problem, like a fully
So
grown
we're talking,
adult
like,
worm.
Hive worm god.
Not quite that big.
They're not quite like Zol.
No, they're not quite that big, but the footprint of an adult worm is the same size as the albatross.
Okay.
Like it's about as big as the albatross. It's a fully sized worm.
You all laughed at me for making my mech bigger.
I didn't laugh at you for it. I just do not get stunned and knock me into the worm's mouth, or there is going to be problems.
So, like, worm problem is not necessarily as bad as it sounds, right? Like, they don't like people. They don't like civilization. The fact that it's a mining town that was abandoned is sort of like, to hear that they have a worm problem now is expected. They tend to like tunnel into the mining shafts, and that's usually where there's an issue. Like if you're actively mining, a worm problem is bad because they live in the mines. Like they can tunnel themselves, but if you're gonna provide them like a big tunnel network, they'll happily take it over. So the fact that this town is no longer actively mining makes a worm problem less of an issue, right? Like, because they're not gonna like go into town and like attack it because it's on the surface. They'd really rather not. But it does make it aware that that's a thing you're gonna have to be concerned about.
Romy is relatively new to Wayfar, just for
Yeah, but I mean most of them are. Harker landed recently. Al landed recently. Bray's character is literally the only one that has been on the planet long enough that she would be aware of what these are. Even then, she's never seen one because, like, they don't want anything to do with Eden. Like, Eden's not good. Because Eden's built on solid ground, effectively, and they've sort of terraformed the immediate area around Eden. Like, because the, I don't think you got the full explanation, but like Eden was, as far as people knew, something happened that decimated the environment of the planet. So there was probably like a war or something on the planet, like thousands and thousands of years ago. And Wayfar was supposed to be a terraforming project, and at some point during like a regime change or something, like funding for that fell through. So only one city is terraformed and like has livable space. So like anything that's surviving out in the wastelands isn't particularly keen on like what Eden is, because it's like effectively a whole other like biome to them. So worms aren't an issue in Eden. So like if you've lived in Eden or like you've spent your entire time on Eden, like so someone's just like, we have a worm problem, they're just gonna look at you and be like, the fuck does that mean? Only people that like actively deal with like people out in the waste, like the traders and the merchants and stuff, they would be aware of like what the worm is.
Right.
What color is the worm?
They're
Worm.
kind of sandy colored. They're like browns and oranges, and they have like purple accents and things.
Oh,
I feel like
hold on. A mining town that no longer mines giant purple worms. You listen to Adventure Zone there, John?
I have not.
All right.
I have
Okay.
not. So they are so like when they're full grown adults, they're referred to as giant dune worms.
Oh, okay.
They mostly like just burrow around. They're fairly difficult to kill an adult worm, but luckily adult worms tend to not congregate. They tend to form like a nest and then separate. So the smaller worms tend to just like migrate out as they grow. That creates a couple problems in the fact that like out in the unsettled waste, worms are like fucking everywhere. But as long as you keep to the surface, it's generally not an issue. Because apparently they're living off of like whatever minerals and things are naturally occurring under the planet. Like the upper, like the crust level, like the surface level of the planet, it's still a wasteland, so it's not their preferred environment. The other thing you have to worry about dune worms is that they have like a strong corrosive like bite spit, like because they're consuming things that they have to break down. So as far as like people and mech are concerned, you do want to be anywhere near the mouth end of a dune worm.
The other end's pretty bad too, I've heard.
You know.
No, that's in the second part of this mission when we discover the 1 second fly by firing hot gas out of their rears.
Like, I feel like Kat would have probably at least like vaguely heard about them because of her tendency to drink in like lower areas and stuff like that. So she probably could have heard someone bitching about them or telling nightmare stories about them or whatever. But she wouldn't be like have much factual knowledge.
I mean, if
it's something that happened on other planets, Romy might know about them, but
no, I mean, something like this probably exists on other planets, but like the giant dune worm is, as far as you know, a way far specific thing. I don't know. Give me. I'm willing to give you some extra lore if you want.
You don't know. I don't need extra lore. Like what? Just basics that they exist is what she would know.
Yeah.
Like when you said like she just was like, oh crap, like because I'm sure she heard about it while drinking and like just like some miners or some like caravan workers or whatever were carousing in like a corner, right? And
Yeah.
talking about like their tall tale type things.
So they're
she probably thought they didn't even actually exist, and that they were just some like, like a Bigfoot type story. And so then as soon as she hears like go take care of some worms, she's just like, oh fuck, that wasn't like.
Well, you're not explicitly being told to deal with the worm problem. They're just sort of making a note that the town has reported a worm problem.
She's gonna assume the worst on that one.
I mean, that's fair.
That's her philosophy on all of this.
I mean, considering we have the amount of squares they take up given to us already, I think we're probably going to run into one.
Well, that would be metagaming.
A little bit.
Everyone wants to know more about sandworms. More information about sandworms. Giant dune worm.
And who would we piss off trying to get that information?
You wouldn't piss off anybody to get that information. I'm
just trying to figure out what faction are the Dune Worms aligned with.
Like that's not like a gather information thing. That's more of like a like what kind of things have you heard, right? Like that's like a gossipy kind of like
It's just I figure also like the fact she's in the drinking places and the fact she's on the web so much. Like, man, me growing up was like looking at crypto websites. I mean, that might be weird for other people, but I was all over cryptid websites.
yeah, I
So it's
mean,
like
I
this-
can't imagine that she would have been actively looking up giant dune worm.
when you live on a planet and you heard someone like drunkenly babbling about it, like I could see it. No, come on. If I overheard someone drunkenly babbling about like some nonsense in any place, I would totally look it up on Google immediately.
I mean,
Are you joking?
you
Like,
can give me anyone can give me a word on the street or an investigate.
no, I don't have word on the street to investigate. I'm not rolling.
I have word on the street.
Investigate. I have a +4.
I mean, we could both roll technically.
Yeah, you can.
Alright.
What has Al heard on the street? I wonder.
Okay. You all got some decent rolls. So Al's knowledge is a little bit different than Romy's knowledge that was acquired, right? Like you're all approaching this very differently.
Right.
Al's information is that there are quite a few miners, either active or retired, who swear up and down that the things just come out of nowhere in the dark. You know, they just like they pop out of the walls. They're constantly harassing people. You know, the one guy once claims he saw a baby worm like drag a man screaming and kicking into the dark. They're the usual kind of tall tales that you would kind of expect from people that are perhaps trying to play up what might be considered an irrational fear of what is effectively a rock-eating worm. So from what Al gathers, worms eat people, they come out of the walls, and they drag you into the dark kicking and screaming. So they're like the boogeyman of mines. That is Al's gathered information. What you can glean from that, though, that's like what you can figure is probably accurate, is that if there's a worm infestation, there's probably a lot of them. They probably limit themselves to the mines because people don't want to go back into the mines during like an infestation, right? Like that's a thing. So like you can figure that if there is a worm infestation rather than just being like a worm sighting, that means there is a nest, there's a lot of worms, and that the mines is probably the last place you want to be.
Unless we're throwing a bomb into it.
I mean, sure. Romy's research is a little bit more useful because there is actually recorded, like, you know, information about them because they are technically a natural life form on Wayfar, and it's a thing that happens. So the life cycle of the giant dune worm, no one's done enough research to like definitively explain the behavior that they do or why they do what they do. But basically, as far as people are aware, the way the giant dune works is that it tunnels. It's always tunneling under the ground, right? And it tunnels through, and it eats some sort of mineral that's in like the lower levels of the planet. The reason that they're drawn to mines is it exposes more of the minerals that the dune worms want. So for them, it's more convenient to like go into the tunnels because it's easier than to find whatever they're eating. So mining creates a problem in the fact that clearly the dune worms want something that's being mined. So when they stumble upon the established mining chambers, they tend to settle and nest and gorge.
Like finding a larder.
Yeah. So the issue is that normally the worms take so like they have a very long lifespan. They are expected to live like hundreds of years normally.
So they don't make good pets.
Probably not. The reason that there wasn't a worm problem initially is that it takes them so long to get enough resources relative to the amount of tunneling they do and the lifespan that nesting wasn't a normal behavior. By establishing like mines, they've opened up ease of access for them to get a food supply, so now they nest as like a sort of developed behavior. So when a dune worm finds a mine, it gorges itself and it lays eggs more than it normally would. And they hatch. So like they're not actually worms, right? Like they have eggs. They're like some sort of weird creature, but they're called a worm because they're worm shaped. Um. Yeah. Let's pull up. So there's 3 life stages of a giant dune worm, right? There is the hatchling, which is just a small version of like the basic stage, and they tend to hatch in like the dozens, and so they tend to swarm. They tend to move in a swarm, just because it's easier for them to protect themselves. The worm hatchlings are very aggressive. They will attack people. They will eat people if they can. They're smaller than a human. The only reason they eat people is because they don't know better. Like they just eat whatever. So it's not specifically that they're targeting you. It's just like they eat whatever, and if you're in the way, they eat you. Like it's not.
Oh, that's so much better.
It's not like an acquired taste. Like so, like if you can offer them something more interesting to eat, they will eat it. But like if you get in their way, they will eat you. They're basically just dumb. Like the hatchlings are just dumb. They just swarm and they go and they just consume everything in their path. When they make it to wormling stage, like they become bigger. They're a little bit more picky about what they eat. They will defend themselves. They're a little bit more territorial than the giant dune worm. But they are generally relatively easy to kill. It's not hard for a person to kill a wormling. Very little effort. Like small arms fire will do it. So it's actually not that hard to clear out a worm nest. It's just an issue of numbers. And they're about person sized. And then there's the giant wormlings. Giant wormlings are basically adults. They've lived for, a fair amount of their lifespan, 20, 30 years being an adult. These things are a little different. They are armor plated. They regenerate quickly. They're very difficult to kill. Physical damage is very easy for them to regenerate. If you do like fire or energy or electrical damage, that does prove to be harder for them to regenerate. So if you ever fight a worm, fire is good, energy weapons are good, bullets not so much, because they're fairly resistant to like physical rate of damage. This is what a fully grown worm looks like and what a wormling looks like.
Ugh.
Yeah, they're a little gross. Have some little holograms of what they look like on your table.
Thanks.
Yeah.
It actually somehow made it more palatable, I'm not gonna lie. Still sucks though.
Yeah. So that's what they look like. Imagine the smaller one is about the size of you, and the big one's the size of like a building. That's
Well,
yeah.
the small one is like the size of the goblin, and the big one's the size of
Yeah.
the albatross. That's pretty much what you're saying.
It's a little bit bigger than the goblin, but not much. Like you're like Well,
You said the size of you, and I have to fit in the goblin. Like I don't.
it's about the size of you. Like they vary a little bit, right? Like depending on how old they are. Like they're gonna get bigger as they go. But
Your
they,
goblin's like a TARDIS.
yeah. So think of
Best way
it.
to lose weight is to get into the goblin, apparently.
Well, I mean, think of it this way, right? Like the worm controls a 10-foot radius. Like that's a size 1 mech, right? So like they anywhere from like 5 foot to 10 foot is a wormling. Beyond that, they start to develop traits of the older, like bigger ones.
Wow. There's so many ways these aren't okay.
Yeah. So they have a worm infestation.
I kept all that to myself if it would have been better.
I mean, I don't think it's better to like be like not telling you guys about the worm investigation we're about to walk into.
I didn't have to pull out slides of my worm vacation.
I mean, you could just be like, here you go, and then just like put up the holographic image and be like, there you go. That's what a worm is. And provide no other further context other than the like horrific image of like holographic gigantic worms.
Have one of those museum buttons.
Actually, the great thing is like if you don't provide any further context, they might just think that's to scale.
God,
Hey,
no.
that's not that bad. Table worms.
Like at that scale, they don't seem that bad. If you provide zero further context, they're really not that bad. They're weird and creepy, but like that's kind of par for the course on Wayfar, right? Like
The adult looks a little like a flower.
No, it doesn't. It does not.
A fleshy flower.
Oh,
so your job is to deliver the cargo to the town that has a worm infestation.
that's cool. Do we get to know if Barnett is the one giving that to us, or
No, this is actually Barnett's still not on world, right? Because like this is only a day later. He's not back yet. He's off doing something. What specifically you don't know. But this is just Holland assigning you just another routine mission. Like, here's the thing, Holland does a lot of crap on the planet, right? Like, it's Holland Industrial Logistics, so they do a lot of things. They manufacture, they ship, they produce like consumer goods, military goods, electronics. They also act as like a distribution for a lot of smaller companies. That's part of like the industrial logistics part of what they do, right? Like it's not 100% all their stuff. They do have like manufacturing and distribution and stuff for like smaller companies that are on Wayfar. Wayfar. Wow, now you people got me saying it. God damn it. But like that's sort of how they make their money and how they get so ingrained into planetary affairs, right? Like they show up, they establish, they build up, they integrate, take over. So since Barnett's off planet, none of the missions you've been given are specifically like Barnett says do this. They've just been Holland going, well, we have this team here that's not assigned something. This is what their record says they're capable of doing, so go do the thing.
Great. And where on our records did it say that we were capable of meeting the leader of the Blade Cult? I don't recall.
Well, that was never expected. That was never expected. Your job, like, see, here's the thing: you have a previous experience that you are familiar with Manning's Cross. You've fought the Blade Cult before, and you were successful. So there was a Blade Cult problem at Manning's Cross. You were the team to go.
I know. I'm just saying. I don't think our record said anything about like. And oh, by the way.
Well, so technically, according to the annotation on your record, you've survived a meeting with Masahiro Musashi.
I mean, that makes it sound better. Yeah.
Yes. So on record, you've survived an encounter with the leader of the Blade Cult. That helped your record immensely.
By running like hell, but no one needs to know that.
Leverage for a raid?
No, leverage to not have him eliminate us.
I guess.
I mean, that really depends on how much Romy ratted you out to the brass.
Sure, Romy realized she would be rewarded with harder work by being successful when she signed up for this.
So, like, did you lie to the brass and be like, yeah, like we totally fought our way out, we escaped, it's hugely pressured? Or were you like, nah, they turned and left immediately at the first sign of his appearance? What was Romy's account of events? Because I know that they probably wouldn't have said that, but what did Romy say?
Well, she did pull off a really kick-ass magic trick. I know that's in her version.
She helped distract
Yeah, that was the distraction
Misaki
that
as
let everybody
as
escape.
that like we knew an orbital bombardment was going to happen, and
And then she
she
just
distracted it
called
off.
in a drone and jumped up and grabbed onto it like an escaping helicopter. And
So your version of events.
We can't trust this chick's version.
So your version of events isn't you survived an encounter with Masahiro Musashi. You were able to outwit and thwart Masahiro Musashi and make a safe escape from a hostile combat situation.
and as I flew away on my drone, there was a giant explosion behind me.
Asteroth, thank you for the host. So not only have you lied even worse than they did because they just omitted specifics, you have.
We didn't really omit anything. We just said there was implications of a bombardment, and we retreated because
Okay.
freaking leader of the Blade Cult. That's what we said.
So Romy's version of the
Does not match up. No.
no, so Romy's version of the account is probably the worst version that gets pulled throughout the Lancer system. And so like now all the Lancer pilots know about all of you who have somehow like stood toe to toe. Because here's the thing, right? Like this is already an exaggerated story, so now every time someone tells the exaggerated story, it gets even more exaggerated. So
I
you
rolled a 12. I don't know what that means, but I invented and created that story by showing off in both
So-
of the 12.
So you are the elite Lancer team that, against all odds, defeated an invading horde of Musashi Blade Cult who were marching upon the city of Eden. And not only did you
It was
vanquish the horde, you pushed back the threat of Masahiro Musashi, the Broken Blade, crazed Lancer pilot, destroyer of worlds, from advancing upon the city. You saved countless lives. You saved like innocents from being slaughtered by pushing him back and forcing him to retreat.
I mean, we had a really good day. That's not our normal. You can't really expect that out of us every week, but every now and then we're going to have a really good day, and that was it.
Did the WoW work, by the way?
Camelot. He was not afraid to die, oh brave Sir Robin.
So, Mr. Toucan, did that WoW redeem work?
No.
Okay, because I haven't tested that one yet, and I think that mod might be busted.
Is it the one that is it the WoW that I think it is, where it's like, wow?
Yeah, it's the anime WoW.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so that one needs to be tuned still. I don't know why that didn't work. I'll have to figure out what happened.
I figured it was new, so I'd test it. So there you go. Now you know it doesn't work.
Why doesn't it work? That work?
I feel like the first time.
Oh, it did work. Okay. So Azeroth said that worked.
I feel like the first time Kat hears that story, she's gonna be like, "Oh no, guys, sorry to let you down. I ran away. Very beginning of the battle. Sorry."
I like the idea that Romy would just be going around telling people about this and wouldn't even warn you guys. She would just let you find out secondhand.
Yeah,
You're just like, where the hell did the story come from?
Kat would just be like, "I ran away." Like they started fighting, and I was like, "No, I left them to die, guys. Sorry."
Yeah, so, I mean, if that didn't catch Musashi's attention, I don't know what will.
God.
Yeah, see, that worked. Okay. It does work.
So when is too soon for Cat to kill the newest member of their?
Oh, it's never too soon to kill the party.
Better do it quick, because next time we're out there, I have like 12 billion drones. It's easier to kill me now than it will be soon.
I'd like to think that she would kill you on the battlefield.
I feel like if Cat was gonna get you killed, it would be while you're sleeping.
Oh, the way she keeps putting targets on her, I mean,
They're helpful targets.
Saved your hide.
Technically, it did.
yeah,
It did.
it didn't backfire yet.
It saved your hide. That shot would have missed, and you would have the thing killing you would have not been killed. Like you are so ungrateful.
I'm just waiting for the other shoe to fall on that.
Oh, I'm gonna show you the other shoe.
Alright. So that will be your next session. You gotta deal with some worms. Deadly dune worms. Maybe.
The other shoe is gonna be Cat taking over
The
albatross and hacking and stepping on.
But that actually does depend on if you guys want to deal with the worms or not, because as I said, it's going to actually be a narrative encounter first.
Well, you know how big those worms are going to be when Romy gets done with them.
I don't know, bigger and fatter because they ate all your drones?
Damn it.
Yeah, I was just like,
I mean, they're eating something that they're mining. Presumably it's a mineral, which means it's probably material that they're using for, I figured
out what I want to do. I want to tinker and create and make all my drones out of flesh.
Huh!
Ew.
No. No, thank you. No, thank you. No, thank you at all. That's a hard pass.
Well, it could be like animal skins.
We're just gonna hit the to be continued redeem and just pause that conversation right there. And does that work properly? That should. Maybe it doesn't. Nope, yeah, it does. And to be treated. Yeah, to be treated. Actually, speaking of, we're gonna stop for today, I think. Yeah. So, you guys, I think are muted. I don't know, someone say something. I think you guys are muted. Yep, okay, so stream can't hear you. So I'm gonna wrap up. Thanks to everybody who came. I hope you all had fun watching their nonsense. They can still hear me, so they can hear me narrating right now and talking about them and the nonsense. But we are going to continue next week. Yes, you can still chat. Next week we're gonna pick up the new session. This week was just sort of like an interim, sort of wrap up of the previous session. Hello, Lexi. You should be at work and paying attention to your work, not redeeming points on my channel. Yeah, so we're gonna have a regular scheduled session next week. Next Sunday, that's going to be the 23rd. We'll be doing it 6 p.m. Eastern. Adjust accordingly. I'm bad at time zone conversions for some folk, but we'll figure that out. Until then, thanks to everybody who came. Thanks for the various redemptions, and glad to see people are enjoying those, because those are actually quite fun. I'm glad other people seem to enjoy them too. Until then, take care of yourselves, and try not to, get yourself caught up in the corona times. Don't overexert yourself, and generally stay safe.